Da-da-da. Da-da. Hello. Let's see. Is this all working now? Is this working? Have we got a Foxo?
No.
We haven't got a Foxo.
No.
Oh, that's gonna be disappointing to people because you realise now that I am told by people regularly that they tune into both Bruships and Ramblings to hear you.
Can we openly silence for those people?
And I mean, literally, this is the case. There are people who literally tune into these things for you.
For some reason, I can't quite believe that.
Foxo, you're an integral part of the team.
Yes. We are now live. I have got headphones on. I'm going to quickly go grab the poodle, who he might have finished watching the entire rest of the family eat a roast dinner. I finished mine kind of a while ago. They were eating slowly because I informed them that they had to start eating proper amounts of food, so they had to have a portion the same size as me. So that was going to take them a while to eat. And the poodle, for some reason, decided that, frankly, whilst he likes to be in here for this, for Bruships to say hello to you all, because he does consider you all his extra patters or fluffers, depending on depending on the mood he's in. He wasn't going to leave roast chicken and roast turkey until he was sure there was no chance of it. So, you know, he's got his things on. But we are joined by, I think, we have Timu and Steve doing admin backup. We have Dragon and Foxo here to help me with questions. And hello, everyone. I think we're getting in a nice group of questions coming in. And yes, as I said, I'm just going to go grab the poodle. Back in a second. Dragon, how are you doing this week? How are things going?
Better than things were about a month ago, but...
About a month ago, that sounds problematic to me.
I said better than things were a month ago.
Well, I'm glad they are.
Had a good time down in York with Fleet. That became a bit of a spontaneous event on Tuesday.
Yeah, I had to force him to go south because, according to scientific documentation, men require enrichment. Interaction. Therefore, I forced him to engage in enrichment.
Well, I'm just thankful that due to it being January, the train prices were cheap. So even a last-minute ticket was still semi-cheap.
It is. I'll have to get another one. Right. So what can I say? Now, in my defense, before people start thinking I'm wearing this shirt every Sunday, I am, but I'm wearing it mainly to wind up two of my colleagues. Because if you don't know, I've got two colleagues who insist on wearing Hawaiian shirts every time they're chatting on YouTube. And so, I'm showing them I too have the style. And, you know, it's like I'm sure Foxo agrees. I'm sure she'll want Dragon, you know, to start wearing a Hawaiian shirt now every Sunday evening.
I can't politely give an answer to that.
Oh, the little cousin rule does give me so much license to wander. Oh. Yes, I need a few to arrival, Sal, but also there is Gareth as well. Between the three of us, we are bringing back the Hawaiian shirt into style for those who study history. The trick is going to be, can we get Drac to wear one? It's a good day. So, everyone's doing okay. We have some questions in. Ooh, channel. Finishing yesterday's video and perusing the laying down dates of Atago and Taiko. Why didn't the Japanese use Amagi's number 3 and 4 instead of Kaga? Historically, it's because they'd already dealt with those, they'd already done things those hulls, which made it not possible. But realistically, this is where it comes to, it seems sensible to have some administrative lethargy in your decision-making process. You can get penalised. This is one of the things that's interesting. In government, in history, you can get penalised for both being bureaucratically competent and bureaucratically incompetent. You need, realistically, the right level of bureaucratic malaise to give yourself time to rectify decisions before they go too wrong, but also mean you make decisions at a speed at which that you don't get into trouble for not making decisions.
Yeah. You sort of need a second to go, do we actually need to intervene here?
Mm-hmm.
Because jumping the gun can be just as bad as not chasing it.
Hmm. Okay. Alright, I'm going to need the second part of Bowman Boy's question to make sense of this one, because on the initial reading of it, it looks really, really silly. Don't take this the wrong way, but it does look really, really silly.
Even for the second part,
I
it's still very
have
silly.
all of this no such thing as stupid questions, but there are silly questions. They're not the same thing. There is no question you shouldn't actually ask, because it's stupid, but there are questions that sometimes you look at and go, you're just doing this for silly points.
Yeah, but silly's fun.
I know. I'm trying to track down the second part of the voice question.
I believe...
Ah, yes. Okay, 15-inch 42 guns. It makes the war immeasurably worse, because 3-1-3 fire control is terrible. Changing them from the 14-inch 45s to 15-inch 42s is not going to be helpful. And also, why would you... And nice way, there isn't that big a difference between the 15-inch 42s and the 14-inch 45s that you would need to go down to 3-1-3. You possibly would have to go down to 3-2-3, but you wouldn't have to go down to... I think you could possibly make it a tight 4-2-4. But you'd have to rework the openings of the turret facings for the new guns. That's what you'd have to do. So, no. Well, you've done the sort of right thing, but usually that's when we're going for that difference. That's when the difference is 1.5 inches or more. It's a cut down of roughly. We go, well, if you've got a triple turret, it'll be a different of that, etc. It's 1.5 to 2 inches up. When it's 1 inch, depending on the gun, it starts to depend on something like the gun length and various parts to do the gun of how many drops down. And realistically, the difference between the 15-inch 42 and the 14-inch 45 on the King George V's and the 15-inch 42 on the rest Royal Navy ships is not so great that you couldn't probably do a 3-2-3 arrangement.
Forgive me if I'm wrong, but isn't the recoil stroke on the 14-inch on KGBs longer than the recoil stroke on the 15-inch 42?
There isn't much in it from memory, but I think it is slightly longer, yes.
And that's the big issue with upgunning ships to some degree, isn't it?
It can be fun. Nope. What are you complaining about now? Ugh. Good God. Let's see. Yeah.
Questions are closed.
Okay, questions are closed. That's good. I never actually put the questions open sign up because I had a poodle who was complaining. I do apologise for him. I will sort it out, and I'll put him quickly in the garden because I think that's what he wants to go, judging by his current actions. But yeah, it's a fun thing to think about. But it's just no, you don't need to go drop down that far. There was an option for the King George Vs to have 9 15-inch guns, and that would have been far better. That would have been far better. And let's go for channel questions. Do you know any good books regarding the doctrine and development of the Spanish Navy during the reigns of the Alfonso the 12th and the 13th, the Registry Marina Christian between the reigns of 2 and the Contemporary Spheres? Not really, in terms of good books regarding their doctrinal development. There's a couple of interesting books in Spanish, but the only last one I read was sufficiently interesting that it tried to claim that. Well, let's put it this way: there are a lot of things which you know by dates were not developed first by the Spanish because you know who operated them. I can agree with convergent development. I don't think they were copying it from other people, but they weren't developing it first in the world and astounding the world with what they were developing because others were already using it. And yeah, it claimed a lot of interesting things. I'll put you in the garden, Big Fluff. But this is a fun one for the rest of you to all discuss. What were the names of the hypothetical Vanguard sisters of 1946? Anyone want to guess? Debate while I'm putting a poodle in the garden.
Vanguard, rear guard, left flank, and right flank.
Hey. I can imagine them reusing some of the names for the lions, personally. You could probably see Temeraire come around again. Maybe a Conqueror or Thunderer, but...
Well, I just thought it helps you find the toilet in the night.
You're normally slightly better at this bit, the names, Foxer, than I. Valiant already exists at this point, Carrot.
Yeah, Mr. Clarke. Vanguard tends to be used when the ship's going to be a one-off. It doesn't really fit into any of the neat packages named-wise.
Well, apart from, the Vanguard class of submarine, but...
Yeah, but they don't really have a naming scheme.
That's what I'm just saying.
Yeah, but okay, their political name, their name is political expediency.
Don't forget, they were supposed to be generated as they retired our class, so they could take turrets off. So it wasn't going to be a class of 1. There was going to be, idea originally was to have multiples.
Yes, but the war kind of paid for that.
Okay, so which names do we think they were going to be?
Vanguard, rear guard, left flank, right flank.
Nice one. Anyone else?
Personally, I could kind of see them reuse some of the lines, so you potentially could see Conqueror, Thunder, or Temeraire come around again.
Okay. Anyone want to guess with some of the other names? Because the Lions were pretty much committed to Lions. You're not only going to build multiple Vanguards if you're still building the Lions.
Well, this is of 46, and by 46 I thought their plans for Lion had basically been abandoned.
No, they're on to their 5th iteration.
They go for HMS Dreadnought as one of them?
Does anyone know when the last Vanguard had been? What the last Vanguard class had been? They've been.
They were Age of Sail, weren't they?
No. HMS Vanguard was much more recent than that. She had served in World War One.
We've got the St. Vincent's.
Yep. And in nicest way, almost every class that has had a Vanguard has had a St. Vincent in it. So that tells you at least what one of the names is going to be. Collingwood was in use as a base at a point, but there was another option, because there's also then Neptune, and after that, Colossus and Hercules are on the list as the next names. potential. So you probably would see the four out of the remaining three would again be called St. Vincent, definitely, and then the remaining two would be split between Neptune, Colossus, and Hercules.
Because wasn't there already going to be a Colossus in the form of the Light Fleet Carrier Colossus?
Yes, which means probably they're going to get the Hercules.
I thought there was still a Neptune. The Neptune was air-tagged for a light cruiser.
Yeah, but if you have in the nicest way, that's later, and if you have a... Excuse me? What the frickin's up with you tonight? Down you go. Nope, nope, and nope. You're not jumping up on my head again. Say hello to everyone. Nope. Poodles being poodles.
Because I was taking it more seriously, thinking you'd have like Vanguard, Iron Duke, and Monarch, which were sort of the ironclads of the 1870s.
Yes and no. The reason you're not going to get Iron Duke is at the point they were trying to not make it anything sound anti-French, and Iron Duke is of course named for Wellington and Wellesley. So yeah, they tend to not go. They're not on the go with Iron Duke. It's one reason. If you consider today, we couldn't have HMS Agincourt because they worry about it upsetting the French. In that period, it was Iron Duke.
They do the French through and everything.
Yeah, they just do. HMS Monarch, well, it's a nice one to go with, but it's also a case of you have to remember the Vanguard class would be fully armoured battle cruisers, and the Lions and whatever comes after them are fast battleships, so Monarch is more likely going to end up on that side of the scale than the fully armoured battlecruiser, because the Royal Navy realises that one's a very hard shell on a how to put it, say a crispy inside, and one's a hard shell on a honeycomb inside.
Fair.
Knight 681. For Dragon and Fox as a new event, a Light and Shadow fashion shoot is port timeline story where the I'm presuming this as Elaine, where the ship girls are doing a fashion shoot to make an exclusive and private fashion magazine for the Commander. That's not really a fashion magazine for the Commander, because I'm presuming the Commander doesn't wear the same clothes as the ship girls. Because I'm presuming he or she would not have to fit in things like, oh, well, here's a random gun I've got poking out here. Or deal with the whole shape-changing things. There is apparently a second part to this one. Does a magazine for the Commander sound like something the girls would come up with? The whole thing starts because Akeshi was selling clothing, which backfired as she miscalculated market demand.
It's in character.
It's in character.
And it's fan service enough, but it's all like, so yeah.
Stafford, other than ice cream ships and floating dry docks, what was the biggest of the flex the Allies had during World War II against the Axis powers? Mulberry Harbours were a pretty big flex. Brewery ships were a pretty big flex. And I go sheer quantity of ships. That's the thing of there's. I think there was a stat, the Japanese at one point were shouting they'd managed to sink a destroyer, and they actually hadn't that day. And that was the same day the US Navy commissioned 6 destroyers. Nope. Stop it. Sorry, that was talking to the poodle who was trying to be very naughty then.
Oh, that's okay. Because, I mean, the Allies did end up with the ultimate flex on the Axis. With the Wonder Waffle that worked.
Yeah.
As we know it, the nuclear bomb.
Yeah. That was a bit of a flex.
Like, we can do in a single day what you failed to do in 2 years to London.
Mm-hmm.
Because sort of the important thing about flexing culture is it has to show something obvious or easy to understand. I don't know how much actors actually knew about Allied production rates by the end. Something to look up.
Yeah. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What if Pennsylvania during the American Revolution, I think you asked this earlier, YouTube Minecraft Watcher, Pennsylvania, say, during the American Revolution stayed loyal to the British Empire while the other states became independent. How would it affect the emerging US and the growing British Empire? That would be if Pennsylvania was relatively it was a sort of independent colony, sort of like America, like Canada, I mean, and America was I could see it fighting almost constant wars, because there's one thing with Canada, but Pennsylvania, if you consider where that is in its shape on a map, that would be kind of a problem. I'm just thinking, why is it I have so many different video searches on Google for... I'm looking for a map of Pennsylvania, and I'm getting all Pennsylvania Railroad. Because the trouble is, if you've got Pennsylvania, it kind of cuts off New York and Maine, and Vermont, and New Hampshire, honestly, and Connecticut.
And Massachusetts.
And Massachusetts, pretty much from all the tiny states, it sort of cuts off from the rest of America. So that's the problem. If Pennsylvania stays loyal or doesn't go, then honestly, there's part of me that wonders if those other states don't end up being part of Canada.
Yeah, because the situation, as I remember it, was Maine was also touch and go.
Maine has, at various points in its history, including during the War of 1812, proved rather susceptible to the idea of becoming part of Canada.
Yeah.
From something else I've seen on YouTube, originally states like Virginia and Pennsylvania, they stretched their borders theoretically all the way across the Appalachian Mountains and claimed all the territory on the other side. So
yeah.
It would, but it wouldn't have cut it. Basically, New York is above that line, so New York would be with the northern collection of states, so that would be with New England, and then it would be the southern states. It'd be Carolina and the Carolinas and Georgia further down. They would be separated, so you'd end up with a CSA down at the bottom, and then Britain having a buffer zone, and then you'd have the northern states above it.
Maybe, but so look at a period map of Pennsylvania. A lot of the settled parts are on the Great Lakes. Oh wait, am I to the right map?
The eastern part of what is now Ohio was originally called the Connecticut State Reserve, I believe.
Anyway, right. So next question is channel or channels. Do you also know of any good books, preferably in ebook format, about the Kendall Class 1942 light fleet carriers? Design, doctrinal UK's use, operational history. There's a couple on them. If you want them in Kindle version format, ebook format. Let me see. I'm to see which ones are in that format. Because I think the older one is probably not. We'll see. The older one, which is the better one, is not. The newer one, which is basically look at my pretty pictures and a little bit of writing, is in comparison is Why is it whenever I want something to do something that links up and is helpful, it doesn't, and when I don't want it to, it does? Now. I think the best options you're going to find are probably Kev Darling's books, which do cover it, but it's covered in chapters, if that makes sense. It's not the whole book is it's Fleet Air Arm Carrier Aviation. Neil McCarthy also has a fairly decent book, but it's... I don't know if there is a Kindle version of it. I'm just checking. I know the hardcover version of it is £100. No, I don't think there's a Kindle version. No. So I don't think that's really an option, sadly enough. I've got that, but that's because I'm nuts and I spend this sort of money on these things. I do not recommend getting into that habit. It's a very expensive habit to have. I'd also say do not do a search on Amazon for Colossus class aircraft carriers, because you will get something which is labelled as a Colossal class but looks decidedly like HMS Nelson. In fact, I am going to verify this by I'm actually going to show it to you all, and I'm going to let you decide whether you think this is HMS Nelson or a Colossus class carrier. You can all tell me. What do we think? Is this a Colossus class carrier or is this HMS Nelson?
It's not a Colossus class aircraft carrier.
No, it isn't.
That's Nelson.
Yeah, that was Nelson.
That's Nelson pre-war because she's still got her aircraft launching facilities on the rear turret.
Yeah. Yeah. It's fun. Sometimes these things are fun. That's the only way to describe it. And my sister is, I think, trying to make as much noise outside as she physically can. I do love it. Okay, so considering they had bad nosebleeds yesterday, I'm going to give you all the next question, and I'm going to disappear quickly to go check on them and find out what all the screaming's about. What did it cost to convert cargo liners into German auxiliary cruiser Model 2? Cormorant Atlantic, for example. Not a lot of money. They didn't do much of a conversion. They really put only the bare minimum from stores, but it wasn't a lot. But please, panel, discuss that for a second while I go check what the shouting is going on about.
I think he's kind of got it already, though, because, yeah, I said that it's not that much from what I was aware.
Because when you think about it, they're going to be long-range, long-term commerce raiders that to a degree are operating under a false flag. And to do it, they've already selected ships that have very long-range capabilities. These are ships designed to go in peacetime to these far-flung places and do their normal job. So they've already got the needed crew accommodation, onboard medical facilities, fuel tanks.
You sensible, stay hidden. Stay hidden.
So, yeah.
I can report the shouting is she managed to drop the bin on her foot.
Ouch.
And the bin turned out to have got a mysterious liquid in it, and it was the rubbish bin. So, yeah.
Jungle juice.
Yeah.
Big juice.
It's fun.
I mean, I was going to say, the armed auxiliary cruisers, they're a bit like a World War One big version of a World War One Q ship in terms of the guns are kind of hidden as best as they can, so it still looks like a merchantman. So
Yes.
the minimum you've kind of got to do is you've got to basically modify the ship to basically still look like a merchantman with its 5.9s hiding behind shuttering.
Usually you do that by cutting things out. But some of them didn't even get 5.9. Some of them just literally had 40mm guns.
Torpedo tubes
Some of them had them.
in some cases.
It was one of the interesting things, again, I didn't get into this, but this was one of the things I considered for the treaties, is that you're supposed to have, our merchant ships are not, cruisers are not supposed to be fitted to be carrying anything larger than a 6-inch gun. But let's say you wanted to make them able to launch torpedoes. You could have had a boat launching system that, had to have a turntable fitting, etc., and these things that could be swapped out. There were lots of little options. That's... How do I put this again? It's... The naval treaties had so many holes, it was disturbing. It really is.
Honestly, the armed auxiliary cruisers really remind me as they look back to the armed merchant. Like, when in the 1500s, when the British strapped guns to cogs, bronze cannons. Like, that's a transport ship that's got a cannon on it.
Yeah.
Which, if you don't have a cannon, is very scary.
Yeah. Okay.
Kind of on that, Foxo. Christian IV of Denmark originally stated to all these people to get them to pay tax while they were trying to go through the Skagerrak. I have guns on Kronborg, which basically can destroy you. So everybody paid up until he actually had enough money that he could buy guns that could actually do what he claimed, because he bluffed.
Yeah.
Hey, look, it worked for the Pope a few times. It's fine. Carrot1151, have you made any progress about transcribing the lives you talked about before? I've talked about transcribing the lives. I to an extent, I tend to sometimes go through the YouTube systems and try and sort that out and try and sort the mess out that, but sometimes I just leave it be. Because most of the software I've looked at, which is supposed to do it, has been very expensive to actually work, or very much not able to deal with anything other than a very, very articulate accent of a certain persuasion. Polemus, what is the most entertaining comment you received this week? Oh, good lord. A fair number once have made me giggle. There have been a fair number that made me giggle. I have to say it was when the fact that What's Going On with Shipping, aka Sal, decided to watch the entirety of the Destroyer the World War One destroyer designs the USNs and just went fantastic video, and then has proceeded to do quite a lot of research to try and figure out just how much of American doctrine belongs to Bayliss. How much of it was Sims and how much of it was Sims inspired by Bayliss, which described them and designed their modern doctrine. And I was sort of going, well, you know, it's still Sims. It's just Sims learning from a good example and going, I'm not reinventing the wheel. There's also been Mark Payne, who's just looking into the whole air attacks on Belfast and working out the daylight raids on Belfast would have been a suicide mission for the Luftwaffe. Yeah, it's just fun things that happen, and yeah, the topic suggestions. I think I'm not sure if I'm on topic suggestions or topic vote point, but the next phase in Patreon should go live soon. I can't remember off the top of my head. It should go live tomorrow. If the computers and all those systems are working. Carl Gasberg, if you... hello? Carl Gasberg, if you look up the MV... Okay, Carl, in a nice way, I do love you sometimes sending me these questions, but could you please set them for ones which I can pronounce the name of? I'm going to have to Google how to pronounce the name. Pronounce. Okay, let's see if we can get it to pronounce this, so I can work out how to say the name. Hoyduso Boslo? Hoyduso Boslo? Apparently, that's it. Okay, we're going to go with that. So, would it be profitable? I have no idea. Modern river merchants are mostly based on either volume delivered or container vessels, and that's a very specific example to consider very specific rivers that could actually take that. So, no idea. Again, naval historian. I have skills. That's more a question you have to ask someone who works in that sort of branch of the industry who deals with merchant ships and merchant commissioning. And specifically river ones. Not me. The only example I can find of the ship is a ship which was turned into a radio station, and it looks like a fairly decent size for a little river vessel, but I'm not sure if that's the correct one. It would. I think the smallest ones carry about 40 to 50 containers that they are sort of considering building at the moment, but they probably have others which carry 1 or 2 container, but are really, really cheap to operate. But yeah, there are some things I know, Carl, and I'm quite happy to answer questions on those, but there are some things which there is a reason I do say naval history. Oh. Howard Gunshan. Royal Navy have a new class of 6 ships that will all be named after admirals that never have a ship named after them. What will the ships be named after and why? Only from World War 1 to today. Well, you've got Vian, you've got Cunningham, you've got Somerville, you've got Jellicoe, you got Beatty if you really want him.
Stanley Woodward?
Probably Harwood more than Woodward. Probably Harwood more than Woodward, and the whole reason is that Woodward was very much a submariner, and honestly, he still causes some division in the modern Navy because of quite how he, as I said before, he was a nice enough guy, but he was very much a binary style of approach to things.
Just don't like the idea of Admiral Beatty. I'll be brutally honest.
Yeah.
What about a Sir Manly Power?
Okay.
Well, he's a good admiral, I think.
He is. But in a nice way, they're not going to make the top 6. It's going to be the ones which have had a lot of sort of experience and status, etc. on these things.
I thought there was a Jellicoe. No, never mind.
Okay, so the ad should be individually for everyone. I've gone and checked every 30 minutes for people. Should be. If it's showing up more often than that, then something's going wrong with YouTube. But on my end, it's scheduled. I have done it manually scheduled, so it should be no more than every 30 minutes you should receive an ad. Because I noticed a few people complain they've had a lot of ads. I went and checked my settings. Which is a good thing you can do in YouTube. You can go and check your settings quite quickly and just go, yeah, nope.
Lines is given as in Twitch Henderson. The only other person I would have thought of was somebody like Ramsey, because of what he did with Overlord and what he did with the evacuation from Dunkirk.
Yeah, but the trouble is, for a shit to mean any of them, they usually traditionally have to have fought successful naval battles. Harwood, see, that's another thing which goes against Woodward. He didn't have a successful naval battle per se, because let's be honest, the only naval contest was realistically a submarine sinking a cruiser. Whereas Harwood had a naval battle, Beatty had Dogger Bank, Jellicoe had Jutland, Somerville had all sorts of actions, Cunningham had all sorts of actions.
Bean had all sorts of actions.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, you know, that's the thing. They all had naval battles which they could point to.
Yeah.
It's fun. It's a fun bit of history.
I was looking at this question while you were answering the previous one, which is the reason why I thought, okay, let's see what I thought, and you basically pulled up 4 of the names I thought of.
Yeah.
So.
USS Montana's example. If Ibuki finished construction somehow, what would its service look like? Ibuki. Well, it would have been very short, because if she did finish construction, she's going to be a heavy cruiser, but she's not that massively heavy. She's not going to be war-winning for the Japanese, and armed with 5 twin 8-inch guns, she's not really going to be revolutionary in terms of her firepower. So, as useful as she could be, especially with the 4 twin 5-inch AA guns, 127mm, and the 4 twin 25mm AA guns, which are really terrible, she's not going to really be able to do much. She's basically going to go out probably escorting a carrier or a battleship. Possibly she does the last ride with Yamamoto, and she gets sunk. Probably by massive air attack, overwhelming air attack. Or submarine. There's always a possibility the US Navy submarine takes her out. That's the trouble for the Japanese. They were at a certain point. They are just not able to put the ships in focus. They're not able to bring more ships in that are going to be useful. They need numbers of ships. Their big shortage again is realistically they need a massive escort building program to be started off about 1939. They needed a lot of escorts. 1,000 to 1,500 ton jobs. Seneca.
You said this before.
Yeah. Seneca. In 1928, one of the H-45 designs, Sharp as a built ship, with 3 triple Schwer Gustav main gun, 6 double 15-inch secondaries, and a smattering of small guns. It's about 500,000 tons. In 1928, the French roll over the German border and take out Germany.
So it's just broken the Treaty of Versailles.
Yep. And the French in 1928 are very gun happy. So you will have a wonderful battleship, which the Royal Navy will be sending everything to sink, and you will have the French using that as an excuse to take the rest of Germany and to make it suffer. And you have nothing to stop them with in 1928.
Other than one ship with 9 stupid guns.
Seneca, apparently there is a part 2.
There is 2.
Yeah, there's a part 2.
All right, it can do. All right, it's further down. It's question 22 on the list. It says it can go 30 knots. What would the reaction of Germany and the rest of the world be before the financial crisis?
Invasion of Germany. That's it. Invasion of Germany. And the financial crisis might be blamed on the invasion of Germany. But it would be just invasion. It doesn't matter whether Germany's confused about it. No one's going to believe Germany's confused about it. Because something which appears which is that massive, with that many guns, flying a German flag, it's going to be said as a secret German program, and they'll just invade. I know we like to believe that politicians in the past and leaders in the past fought first, attacked later, but no, they're just as pulled from the hip as the modern ones are. And they will literally see that ship, see it as a breaking of the treaty, and go, boom. What's the poodle doing now? The poodle is sitting here begging for biscuits. He's literally trying to climb up me to get to biscuits at the moment. That's the thing. It doesn't matter. It won't matter. Germany could claim it's not us. Everyone's going to look at it and go, we don't believe you.
It's going to be seen as a symbol of German rearmament, and German rearmament to get the hammer brought down on us.
Yeah. It's that simple. The people aren't going to wait and go, oh, you didn't realise you had this ship. No, they're just not going to believe them. They don't. The count goes back again. It doesn't matter if they don't have the appetite to use such a monster or not. It doesn't matter. Its mere existence is going to be justification as far as the French are concerned.
I'm just thinking about the amount of armour plate steel that suddenly becomes free and available on the open market.
Yeah, scrapping it's going to be fun.
I think the fight goes on about who gets those big guns.
Mm.
I mean,
between everybody.
Yeah.
Do you reckon there's a possibility of it being taken as a what's the term? Like the propaganda Goering did with the Luftwaffe that caused the Allies to be leery about engaging Germany in the 30s. They made it seem a lot more puffed up than it actually was.
No. You see, in 1930s, they've had years to build it up, and there's also been years more cuts and things caused by the financial crisis and all sorts of things. In 1928, the armed forces aren't in as bad state as they would be by 1936, 37. Think about what the British have before the London. You're talking pre-London Treaty. There's a huge amount of C-class cruisers and all sorts of and town-class cruisers and all sorts of things sitting around. No. No, you keep being naughty, you won't be allowed in here.
I mean, the Reichswehr at that point in time is 10,000 people. So it's got no army. It's got no army to stop the French,
No.
who, despite their depopulation, are still massive. They don't need the British to come and help them invade Germany.
No,
at that point in
isn't it
time.
about
It's just
100,000?
Yeah.
Or is it 10,000? Isn't it about 100,000 they're allowed?
No, you are right. It's 100. It's 100,000. Sorry, I missed the zero off. Yes, it's
Yeah.
100,000.
Yeah. And they
Still
are...
nothing. The French have still
No,
got
yeah.
several millions.
It's going to be a curb stomp.
The only way I could see Germany pulling off a survival is trying to use the implication of, haha, yes, we built this totally. We're not actually as weak as you think we are because we've rearmed in secret.
Yeah, but the problem is it's going to be a case of that as long as, how do I put this? For them to try and make that case, they're going to have to do video of it and start pushing it around the world in movies and various things to show it around the world. It's not going to take that. They're not going to get that time. It will take the French from the cable reaching their headquarters about 36 hours to mobilise and be crossing the border. And you have to remember there's already quite a large chunk of the French army already mobilised and sitting in Germany at this point.
Yeah, because it's sitting in the Rhineland.
Yeah.
Because it's still part of the mandate.
And the only thing which will be moving any quicker will be every single ship of the Royal Navy's home fleet. Because it will be considered an existential threat. And the race will be between whether the Royal Navy sinks it first, before the Germans manage to work out how to crew it and operate it, or the French have conquered Germany first. It's one of those things that sometimes people bring up these questions, and it's kind of like I saw the question the other day, and it was repeated by a couple of other people as well because they were responding to it. Of how many SEALs would it take? Modern US Navy SEALs would it take with they're using their current melee weapons to beat 100 Vikings on a beach? Well, A, the Vikings are Norsemen when they go a Viking, so that means they're already armed and everything. But also, B, you're basically restricting modern SEALs to using a knife against troops who are armed with spears, swords, and their bows, and these are their primary weapons. You're making troops who use melee weapons as a tertiary, arguably a quadriterary system. They usually have pistol, rifle. They will have maybe have something else before they get down to a knife as their primary weapon. SEALs are good. They aren't that good against people with spears, etc. when they're armed with a knife. I've seen estimates go up. Well, they need 150 to get round them. If those 100 Vikings are in a defensive position with bows as well as on a beach, you're going to need more than that. Not 1,000 SEALs. It's not going to be that bad, but you're probably going to look at 150 to 2. You're probably going to look at 200-ish, because the reality is what you're dealing with is the ones who've got the Norse who've got a Viking. They're going to be the ones who are inclined to fight anyway, so they're going to be the ones who've been training and, prepping themselves up. They've got their weapons. They know what they're doing. They're on a beach. They've got possibly in a semi-fortified position. You don't want to deal with that.
Modern body armor is designed to stop bullets. It's not designed to stop a sword strike.
No.
Yeah, and it's more the fact that
Here's
your SEAL team's armed with a fruit knife.
Here's the thing:
yeah.
if you would ask me how many SEALs with their full range of equipment versus that many Vikings, I go one could do the job. Because they just stared off and picked them off with their night vision and their rifle at long range. But going in with a knife, you're now hamstringing them. you get these questions sometimes. You sit there and go, okay, you're setting the people up to fail. It's similar when we ask about Germany getting this stuff in the 1920s. Because we're talking about a Germany which hasn't even started realistically, they're designing them on the Deutschland class yet. And that's important to consider, because they start building those in 1929, I think the first one's laid down. Let me just check. Yeah, February 1929.
Yeah,
So they're preparing to start coming back, but they're not started coming back yet.
they're replacement ships for the worn out pre-dreadnoughts that they've got.
Yeah. And they've started on those as soon as they thought it was politically possible for them to do so. All right. Chandel, what can you tell us about Contra Martin Mendez Nunes from the Spanish Navy? Aside from his autobiography, what are the books you know about him? Let's see. Let's see. Books in English, slightly more difficult to get, but there are fairly good ones in Spanish. You're probably going to want, if you're not getting his autobiography, if you're not getting his autobiography, you're making my life difficult, because there's not that many good sources. Especially for modern ones. I think, from memory, Robert Shayner's book has an English translation. I think it has a translation. It was published in 1991, I know, so I think it has. But basically, it's Latin America history, naval history in 1810 to 1987, and I think that has a good section in it on him. But yeah, and there was a book published in the 2000s. I think Jose Ramon was part of it. It was one of the authors, but I cannot remember its title for the life of me. So I'd say look up Jose Ramon, look up Robert Shayner. I know they're a good book. They've got good books on it. On him. But honestly, I was looking up notes from a class I taught years ago. So make of it what you will. Answer that one. And also, in a nice way, for 313, that's going to be a terrible firing pattern. You, again, by being bored back to the earlier question, you would never do that. It's going to be a terrible firing pattern. 323, you sort of might do, but yeah, there was almost a King George riff with 15-inch 42s. That was a backup option. That would have been 3 triple turrets. Stafford, how much would US securities in the Caribbean have changed if they held onto the Panama Canal and built multi-force base at either end of it for power projection security? Depend how they held onto Panama with it. If they held on to Panama by giving Panama statehood and making it part of the United States, that's one thing. If they tried to hold on to it as a colony, that's another thing. A colony, they'd probably be still dealing with issues, especially throughout the Cold War. If they hold on to its statehood, and they give them statehood and make them part of the United States, then that could be a very different scenario. But it's also going to link them straight into the center of basically Central America, and that's going to mean they're going to have to get involved in all the issues there. It's going to give them great bases for the Caribbean and for operating, but it's also going to give them. It's going to massively increase their land borders with the rest of South America. And instead of them having a border with Mexico, they're going to have a border which is surrounded by other parts. And it could also put ideas into other people's heads about how they should deal with certain situations. It might not stop with just Panama. The Pan-Americanists who wanted to have one American state from not just sea to shining sea, but ice to shining ice flow, might well start getting more adventurous. And before people say there weren't those people, there were. There are some... In a nice way, every country has their own selection of weirdish people. The problem is when people start to presume, A, they speak for the vast majority of the people in the country, and B, when those people somehow manage to get close to power. Fontiper all of a sudden, Panama has a large enough population to be a state. I don't think that really matters, because in a nicest way, go and have a look at some of the states' populations. I don't think population really matters in terms of a statehood. It's a political thing more than anything else.
Rhode Island is a state, and Rhode Island's tiny.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Rhode Island is tiny.
It's like a just tiny state. Didn't join the Union after the Union was great. They were part of the original.
Yeah. And let's be honest, Hawaii isn't that massive, is it? I think its population is less than 1.5 million. And that's been decreasing for a while. Chandler, in relation to with your video on destroyer development, how would you upscale the Boniface class frigates to be good North Atlantic focused destroyers? Well, the question is, why would I? Because, if I'm not mistaken, and there's now a lot of arguments coming from, they're a fairly decent little frigate. Yeah. If you can now hear a corgi protesting a sort of thing, it is food time for the corgi, and he hasn't been fed yet, so as immediately he is telling everyone he hasn't been fed. You know, the Alvaro de Bazan class were the class which precede them. And they're the ones which the Australians made the Hobarts off, which are not destroyers. They call them destroyers, but not destroyers. Basically, if I was going to do something with the current F110, which is the Boniface class frigates, first things first, they've got a 16-cell VLS system, which, yes, they're quad packing, but it's 16 cells. And they're armed with enhanced Sea Sparrow missiles. Yeah, you need a lot more than that. A frigate is lightly armed when it's got 16 cells, but it's still technically a frigate. Because the difference between a frigate and corvette is the ability to operate at distances. When we're talking about wanting to make it a destroyer, especially these days, I would say entry level for a destroyer is 64 cells. I would say that's entry level for a destroyer. Minimum level for a third rate. And so you're going to have to increase the cell numbers. The naval strike missiles do add things to it, but you've only got 2 quads. You are going to need to be carrying better sensors and systems and something better than just ESSM. If you want to call it destroyer, you're probably going to need to make it bigger and in both length and beam. And generally, you're going to have to get a bit more power as well. It's fun. But yeah, interesting question. But yeah, honestly, you're better off starting from scratch and just leaving it as a frigate and building something else. One of the problems we do have these days is people take designs which have no reason to be converted into something else and go, we're going to use this as a baseline because then that gives us something which is proven as the baseline and it's got no relation to what you actually want. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what if all Dauntless Dive Bombers and Avengers on January 1st, 1939 suddenly become A1 Sky Raiders and possibly factories change and able to produce them? I'm going to hand this straight over to the person who I think has said this before as being a question. Dragon, if you are here. A1 Sky Raiders showing up.
A1 Sky Raiders?
Yes.
Double check the question. Well, that's a tremendous increase of dive bomber capability, but yeah, they can take off the old carriers, I'm pretty sure, so it's not that much of an issue. You have to retrain all the crews. Because all of a sudden, anyone who's operating these are now with a brand new line. You're also getting a bit earlier, quite a bit earlier as well, by 6 years. So at least you've got the production capability.
The interesting question I've got here is, and I'm thinking,
These are also all single seaters.
well, that's going to be a factor, but they've also got a top speed of 322 miles an hour. And, well, let's be honest, well, the thing is, if this appears in 1939, all Dauntless Dive Bombers and Avengers, I don't think that the Avengers are around in 1939, so it's just a Dauntless. The thing is, that's going to help the Americans. They're going to be very, very happy. But everyone else looking on is going to be slightly worried because the top speed of the Zero is 331 miles per hour. So it's only got a 9 mile per hour advantage in speed over the Sky Raider.
Is that with or without payload?
Well, in that means that in nice way, even with payload, the Sky Raider is going to be going significantly fast enough that it's going to make intercept interesting.
Also, it's going to make intercept interesting because if they do try something, they have 420 mils. So, and
That's
Zeros
the
don't
other
react well to 20 mils. So that's also going to confuse the Americans. Why are we using 20 mils?
Unarmored Zero against a 20 mil. Out.
Yeah.
But I'm just thinking the bomb load of a Sky Raider compared to a Dauntless. We're not dropping 500 pounders on Japanese carriers. We're dropping 1,000, 2,000 pounders on Japanese carriers.
Yep.
Yeah,
Do
basically,
the Americans ever develop the P-47? Because the US Air Force is just going to go, give us more of these.
Stu, it's a common thing that they probably don't go with Pearl Harbor. No, the Japanese probably go, oh, the Americans have gone the same route as us for speed. Woohoo. We have to redouble our efforts. And Thomas Wimbledon, whilst the A1 is nuclear capable, that doesn't mean the Americans now has nuclear weapons because they have the A1 Sky Raider. I don't think they're going to get that, so I don't think that's going to happen.
And forgive me if I'm wrong, but the A1 Sky Raider is only nuclear capable in its later life,
Yeah.
with the miniaturization of nuclear weapons.
Yes.
So, the weapons the Americans were actually going to develop in this period, it wouldn't be able to carry.
It also has a decent bomb sight on it.
Yeah.
Mm.
So that might be useful cross-platform exchange of technology for the period.
It'll be useful.
I suppose the hope is that it could get the Norton to pull his, or the US Air Force to pull, stop pulling.
Northern bomb sight. Northern bomb sight.
Northern bomb sight.
Yeah.
Mm.
Because that got a lot of good men killed.
I mean, come on, there were a lot of good things about Northern Bomb Sight. The fact that it could be used to control the aircraft. I think that was one of the significant costs of building the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Which is fair. The issue is it just wasn't very good as a bomb site.
Yeah, it could not do what they claimed.
Even
in perfect conditions.
There was always the hope. There's always the hope. Right now.
Oh, actually, so just going on. Does it make the issue of precision bombing for 8th Air Force worse? Because if they've got access to a better bomb site, but they don't have any of the soft factors to back up a bombing campaign, Do you see the US moving to area bombing later?
They might try and keep it out, keep precision bombing for longer, or rather as precision as they could at that point. But there's also going to be the issue that what kind of massive bomber are they going to try and develop with the access to that engine?
Exactly.
Right, 968. Okay,
Alex, before we continue, I'm going to reopen the questions. Okay, we're going to take another 20.
Can we wait for a second while I finish off a couple of these? Then we'll start.
Okay.
Then we'll do that. Thank you.
Yes.
968 for one. For Dragon and Fox, a new event, Light and Shadow. Are you going to save fast shoot base field? Are you going to save cubes for the first 2026 UR event?
If I've got cubes, then I'll have them. If I don't, I'll continue my usual pattern.
And then another one for 968 for that. For Dragon Fox, though, what reason could the Spanish have for sending ship girls to the Azur Lane port in port timeline? Given the Spanish have no specific holdings anymore.
Well, where else are you going to send them?
Also, why does the Spanish not having Pacific holdings anymore matter? Correct me if I'm wrong, but the port's location still hasn't necessarily been actually stated.
Yeah. The port's just sort of nebulously somewhere in the Pacific.
I know some say it is, though.
Yeah, it's fun. Anyway, with that being said,
Some say it's going to be Hawaii.
Yeah, I've also
and the question
some from the shape of the island claim it's Malta.
No.
But
Malta's not that big. Chandlord, related to question 5, should the Spanish Navy procure destroyers, or are they well equipped with frigates? No, they need destroyers. They need something bigger than the things they're procuring. They're procuring very small frigates, which are useful for them, but they're not exactly... If they're gonna... Look, the Spanish either need to... The Spanish have two options with their Navy. They either need to go, right then, we are not going to invest in these any assets. We're not going to have the Juan Carlos. We're not going to have anything like that. We're just going to have basically a patrol presence support navy, in which case those frigates are all they need. Or we are going to say we're going to have retain some sort of expeditionary capability LHD based navy, in which case they do need some destroyers. And considering they're quite good at selling their ships, they might want to make some destroyers just so they want something to sell to people. Primus, what ship or ship type do you think is most underrated in history? Probably sloops. Mostly because pretty much every stuff they do, people start accusing them of being a frigate.
sloops are clippers.
Hmm? Yeah, Clipper's a good one.
Clippers and cutters. Because, especially if you get stuff like Coast Guard cutters, do a very important job that never really gets any recognition.
Hmm.
I'm going to take this further back. I'm going to say the cog.
Yeah, the cog and the Hulk.
Because the amount that they could carry, given the recent archaeological discovery in that Denmark have, that they found a cog that is basically carrying 40. I think they claim 1,400 tons of displacement. Quite a big vessel for its time. The amount that it could carry. So we're talking here, the League basically moving an awful lot back in the sort of 14th century.
Well, the Hanseatic League were making money.
Yeah.
And on that tune, I'd also say just the Carrack in general. Because when it comes to the New World, all the emphasis gets put on the galleons and the war galleons in Spanish and the Spanish Armada. When it's the carracks that got them there, carracks and caravels that got them there to begin with.
Yeah.
And were still pretty common around the world.
Yeah,
until-
without these without those ship developments, you're right. You don't have exploration of the New World by the Europeans.
Nope.
We're stuck in.
Right, next
without
question.
the carrack-
What is the panel's opinion on the North Carolina class battleships? I would say they're fairly decent fast battleships. 28 knots, 9 16-inch guns, fairly decent armor and armor coverage, good subdivision. They're good. They're useful ships.
We're now down to 3 questions. Do you want to hit the button to say?
Yeah, let's do
we're
it now.
Okay.
Questions live.
I rather like the North Cals. Decent enough
Yeah.
ships. Got the job done.
Yeah, they're sort of the Peugeot 205 of battleships. Nothing flashy, but it works. Especially the older ones.
I don't know, but they also have that sort of cutesy appearance to them. Because it almost looks like they just squished everything in and look almost like rather cute for what they are.
Yeah, they are kind of like stock image of World War II battleships.
I think that's because they've been used as stock image for a very long time.
Yeah, that's fair.
Right then.
Yeah, I would say
Yes?
that they really do have hatchback energy, those battleships.
1, 2.
Okay. Peter Dawson, is Shipshape going to Pearl Harbor this year? I don't think so. I think the plan. We have a few plans of things we'd like to do. I have no idea. It's going to depend on how much money we can fundraise for various things. It's going to depend on how much money we earn in, patron, ship, all these sort of things, and if we do some sponsorships and all that stuff coming in. I've arranged some extra contract work and even some extra Justin Craig course directing centres this year to try and make sure I have some more money for things like the Falklands and potentially buying a new car and the other things we got. So it's all going to be up there, but I don't think Pearl Harbor is on our list. Principally because it's a date of when it is, and the difficulty of arranging stuff around that time, and the fact we're all kind of busy already with other things at that time, which is annoying, but is part of life sometimes. So I just don't think so. We might send a special envoy. But that's it. Yeah, new car is the big expense at the beginning of the year because the old car is being written off and it needs to be replaced. And yeah, but as always, I will be using my granddad's rule of thumb, which is never spend more than 3 months' salary on a car, and preferably never spend more than 1 month. So my preferable amount is to go and spend roughly 2 to 3 grand maximum on a car, because I don't like to spend. I don't spend a lot of money on cars because I usually buy decent older cars that still have enough bits in them which are mechanical that I can fix them myself. Okay, Lord Chandel. In relation to World War I American Destroyers video, how much did Admiral Duncan raise in London due to the pre-Camperdown mutiny?
Yeah, can you change the banner again? We've just received the last of the 20.
Okay. Admiral Duncan didn't really need to raise that much in terms of that sort of scenario. He managed to deal with the mutinies fairly well for him and his forces. By the time he got back to London, it had mostly been dealt with. It's the Sea Lords in London who are mostly dealing with the issues. And again, different mutinies have different issues. The ones further up the estuary that start to affect London, they have a very different tone and a very different relationship than the one which Duncan's fleet produced. But yeah, it's honestly, one of the things you have to deal with in this time period is that the Royal Navy over time learns a lesson repeatedly. They have to set up systems to allow information from the experience of the lower rates and the rates to be communicated directly to the people at the top. And they want to have as fewer layers between that for filtration as possible. And they want to have as multiple avenues for that as possible, because if you have one avenue, it can be compromised. If you have two avenues, they might not be effective. They might be effective. It's very rare you're going to have three avenues. And the other thing that you start to study a lot in terms of naval force structure and ratings is that if any metric you have to analyze it is only useful so long as no one realizes you're using that metric to analyze it. The moment they do, they're going to start adjusting to make sure they're maximizing that metric. So that's why you always trust the anecdote over the data when you're evaluating things like how the crew doing. If I've got people, if everything's posting as being perfectly fine on the metrics, but I visibly can see people breaking down, literally going down onto, hunched over their knees and things in passageways because they need to take a couple of seconds just to sort themselves out, I'm pushing my sailors too hard. I'm breaking my crew. My metrics are saying everything's working fine, everything's being posted fine, there are no complaints, everyone's getting food on time, all these things, but I'm seeing people literally breaking down in the passageways. There are problems. And that's one of the lessons which keeps being taught, the Royal Navy keeps learning from many years and tries to drum into its successor navies. You trust the anecdotes over the data. It's really funny to me that every time that Jeff Bezos apparently says that this is a mantra which he developed and it's something which comes from Amazon, you sit there and go, it's been passed down through the Royal Navy and organisations for hundreds of years. I don't claim you learnt it off them. I'm fairly sure it's conversion development, but the fact is, a lot of people have worked this one out. Ancient Minecraft Watcher, what if after the Battle of Samar, with him chasing empty carriers and Typhoon Cobras in late 94, Halsey was reassigned to desk work, would he be remembered the same way? Probably not. If you finish out the war success, still on the ships, it's very different than if you get reassigned. It's just the way it goes. You look at how Harwood was remembered pre-film versus post-film after what happened to him. Being assigned to a death scroll is a good way to find your career gets less attention than it possibly deserves. Carol151, were there any plans to deploy the Decima Flotinga MAS against the Germans or Japanese once Italy changed sides? There were, but nothing really happened. But the Italians were being considered as part of forces to go to the Far East for the invasion of Japan.
Something to guarantee that a ship didn't move north of in the German territory. I think it was that carrier. They wanted not to block the harbour, so they went in and mined it.
They did various things in Italy. They did various things in
Yeah.
Italy, but it's more a case of it's not being deployed outside of Italy at that point. There were plans for further deployment. I took it as that sort of scenario.
So it was being used against the Germans. Don't forget that the entire fault.
It was also, to be fair, it was also being used as part of the Italian Civil War, which was going on at the time.
Yeah, because Borghese has basically raised his own personal regiment, hasn't he? That he's used for anti-partisan work.
To an extent. Carrot 151. Were there any plans deployed? Answer that one. Dink. I forgot a ticket. Would it be fair to classify Wicks and Clemson class destroyers as war emergency destroyers? Nope. Not really. They are ordered in wartime, but they're not really war emergency destroyers because, to be honest, they're not at all. If you compare them to previous destroyers, they're not at all skimmed down or reduced in capabilities. And as said, the vast majority of them built post World War One. Some of them ordered after World War One. Stafford, a fun one for Foxo. Might be too young. What is the panel's favourite Chris de Burgh song?
Who?
Think about this.
Chris de Burgh
Yeah,
song.
you're gonna have to look it up. You're
Don't
gonna
worry,
have to look it up.
You're not the only one.
So
I have no clue who
I'm gonna
that
say-
person is.
I can name one, which is Spanish Train.
I also am going to have to look him up because I think it's more my mum's taste than mine.
My favourite line in Spanish Train is that the Lord and the devil are now playing chess. The devil still cheats to win more souls, and as for the Lord, he's still doing his best.
I'm just going to say I'm a naval historian, not a music historian, and can't
Yeah.
offer that.
Is this a boomer thing that I'm too young to understand?
I think actually yes.
I think I don't think it's even a boomer thing. I think it might be a silent generation thing. Um,
We've run on head to answer this, but
Yeah. Steve, considering you're chatting away and you're also answering a question. With the report HMS Richmond is no longer fit for service, and we are now down to 6 operational Type 23 frigates, are we looking at a crisis if HMS Glasgow does not commission on schedule? Yeah, we're already in a crisis. But I've been talking about this for a while for the Type 23s. They were light frigates. Their hulls were built lightly. The fact that they've lasted this many years is an amazing feat of engineering on the account of their building. Not what they were planned to do. They were supposed to have been replaced a decade ago.
Yeah, something I spotted this morning. I went, oh God, God help us. Let's hope that she's not late.
Yeah, but this is why the government is being so quiet about which one they're selling to the Norwegians. Knight, for Dragon and Foxo, how plausible do you see Amara VR tech being used to make sure shipgirl concepts aren't forgotten? Amahara VR Tech.
I'm just double checking which one Amahara is.
I think that
I'm assuming it is not
No.
connected to that. Okay, right. No, I'm not going to mention that one here.
Damn it.
It's a certain anime series that was cancelled after the first episode.
Okay, let's go on to
Which is why I don't think it's that one.
Knight, stop
Flo-
trying to make this channel into a triple X channel.
I don't think that's what they're
so-
referring.
I don't know. We never know with Knight. He could be
no,
going for
Knight.
triple X.
Wait a moment. Actually, they
I
could
think
be.
Knight should be asking this of Fleet tomorrow.
I think it's a
Fleet Vandal things related to AL.
Yeah.
So that's the challenge. Can Knight get a question in which is as a lane without Fleet realising it until Fleet's answering it? That's the challenge for Knight now. Can Knight manage to trick Fleet into answering an as a lane question?
And Mascaroska.
Sebastian Crossfield, what do you think are the likely upgrades to Type 51s? Well, look, the Type 51s are already getting their Mark 41 VLS going to be fitted with Not 4. Long term, we'll see what missile systems to get fit in. That's going to be a major upgrade. And we'll see what the Type 32 turns out to be. That was always going to be Type 31 Batch 2, because it was always going to come from the same production line, so it's going to be the same ship. Because otherwise it would be cost too much money to get it and get these things. So, yeah, it will be... It'll be interesting to see. They're not really designed for a towed sonar array in their current form, but these things could happen. But realistically, I think the bigger problem we have got is we're not getting enough Type 26s. And that's going to be an issue. And then we're going to need to replace the Type 45s, because the Type 45s, whilst they were better built than Type 23s, again, they're not built to last forever. And you can't keep building Type 26s and not get around to building the 83 program, which is supposed to replace them. This is going to be the problem for the Royal Navy. And the realistic thing is we've got one production line for low-end escorts and one production line for high-end escorts. So any time added on to the Type 26 build is going to extend the time before you get the Type 83s built. And that's a problem. And honestly, Seb, the trouble is salt water doesn't allow for the existence of ultra long life ships. Also, though, any attempts to try and make them longer life like that tends to cost a lot of money and not necessarily deliver a ship which is the best for other operations. So, yeah. You end up with problems.
And remember, if it's got electronics in, especially microelectronics, those are going to have to be replaced anyway, because they do decay.
Oh yeah, they have to be replaced.
With or without salt water.
Most of the Type 23s we're talking about have been through, that are still in service, have been through 3 to 4 major upgrades in their life. And that's even before, when you start to consider, if you're doing a major upgrade, and one of the troubles we've had with the Astutes was they had a whole break between building the first 3 and building the next 3. Where they upgraded a lot of electronics, and then they wanted to do the upgrades on the first 3 to bring them up to the same standard as the second 3. And then they worked them all so hard that that's when they found that it's a good upgrades for the electronics, etc., internal to a ship are a good way to find yourself going, oh, we now got no ships available. That's a problem.
People tend to see how easy it is to replace your phone or parts of your computer and go, you can just do that to a ship. They're the same things. P.S. They are not the same things, electronics-wise.
Nope. When talking about the Constellation class, you said the cheap and cheerful for the Royal Navy is the Flower class, while the cheap for the USN it's the Fletcher class. What class would you say embodies the same concept for other navies? Well, for a lot of navies, it is the flyer class is the cheap and cheerful. Especially the ones which operated the flyer class in large numbers. That's still in their mind as that's what a cheap and cheerful ship is. That's the legacy mindset. For a few navies, it's the Allen M. Sumners. Because they were considered quite cheap and cheerful. But realistically, it's the World War II generation of frigates, corvettes, and occasionally destroyer escorts, or escort destroyers, depending on which navy you're talking about, which realistically you'll be talking about as the cheap and cheerful ships. For most navies. The only exception is the US Navy, which basically considered anything less than a Fletcher to be... Aidan Clarke. Would the Alaska class of supercruisers be a good fit for a middle power Canada as a heavy command prestige flagship by this point, or just going for regular cruiser carriers? If you're talking pre-World War II, yes, they'd be a good fit. If we're talking today, you want something with a lot more missiles fitted onto it. But it could work for them. What is the... Okay, next question. The next question is a fun one for also. What is the most effective modern air-launched anti-ship missile?
By what metrics?
That is the problem.
Because if we're going off raw killing power, I think it would still be the P500. Its ability to just have a 300 kiloton warhead on it. But you're not volley firing, say, 48 of those off at a single target.
Let's not have nuclear weapons involved. Let's have a conventional.
Yeah, and even so conventional, the P500s are very fast and very big warheads. And if I remember correctly, have been kept being modernized, at least into the 2000s. If I get my missiles right.
Honestly, one of my if we're sort of considering at the moment the some of the missiles and some of the availability in terms of weapons, the LRASM, the AGM 158C is pretty good, which is used by the US Navy, US Air Force and US Navy, I think. That's
An air launcher Tomahawk.
well, yeah, but the 158 is a better anti-ship missile than a Tomahawk. Plus, it does have a 450 kilogram warhead, which is going to make a problem for anyone, pretty much. And that came out.
What are the Chinese?
That came out in 2018.
What do the Chinese have to offer?
Well, we start talking about the Chinese and their latest missile. I think. Their latest one. Oh, I have to go quite a long way back to look up for their independent missiles because. Yeah. People's Republic of China. You've got, in terms of air launched, you've got various versions of the YJ-83, which is a pretty solid system, but I wouldn't necessarily consider it the best. And the specific is going is for air launched as well, so that rules out some of their weapons.
Yeah, I'd just like to clarify that Day came out. For some reason, I was thinking the P500 was launched from the TB95, not guided in the T95. Apologies about that.
I mean, the Russians have that weird guidance with the shipwrecks, where basically one flies high and directs guidance to all the ones flying low. And if you get shot down, one of the other ones goes up and does exactly the same role.
Swarm system guidance is not as weird as it's marketed out. There's quite a few systems which use variations on that.
I'm saying it's not what NATO expected it was supposed to do.
No, it was exactly what NATO expected to do, because the Russians have been talking about it for about 5 years before it arrived. And actually was operational. One of the things about the Russian systems is the Russians are very good at advertising their systems because they often want foreign sales. So they spend a lot of time talking about what their capabilities, their systems are, especially the cool bits of them, even before they become available.
Well, that's not an air launch missile anyway. It's a ship. It's too big.
Yeah.
You can't launch that off any of their aircraft.
Yeah.
On the grounds, it's the size of a MiG-15.
Yes. Okay. But yeah, I would say that if I was going to pick an effective one, I'd be looking at the LRASM or the A158 something. I always get his numbers confused. Oh, the Naval Strike Missile. Those are my two favourites at the moment. If I'm putting together a ship, those are the two I'm going for at the moment.
Can you air launch NSM?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
BrahMos does have an air launch variant, but BrahMos is BrahMos. And that could be BrahMos' own issue sometimes. Oh, my mouse keeps playing up today. Yeah, BrahMos likes to have some issues. Its main one is it's got a... For some reason, the chat keeps deciding to disappear off the screen, so I can't see the chat. And it's annoying me, and I keep having to go collect it and grab it back, and it's really winding me up. So if I look like I'm momently annoyed with something, it's not the people speaking, please note. It's because for like the 10th time in the last minute, the chat has decided it's going to shrink down to that, a single line, and disappear off to the other screen. And I have no idea why it keeps doing it. So, I apologise if at certain points I look like I'm grimacing. I'm grimacing because the chat has once again gone and disappeared off somewhere. It's not a thing to do with anyone else.
So, on the topic of computer issues, so have you heard about the issue that's come up in Windows 11? Where them having the inability to turn off the computer.
Luckily, it hasn't happened to me.
Yeah, it's... My computer picked it up after the Windows update. And the bug is, if you ever try and turn it off, it'll turn itself back on.
Oh, lovely.
Because they disabled the full power off feature by accident. So you try and shut it down. It just restarts.
This is when I start to feel old-fashioned, because I still have a button on the back of my PC, which if I flick physical button, it has no power.
Yeah. So as long as if it hasn't got not a laptop, you can just turn it off.
And if it's a laptop, you disconnect the battery.
Yeah, but that's really bad for the SSD.
Yeah, but most people can't basically break into a modern laptop to take the battery out.
And cutting off the power supply is something you do in an emergency. You don't want to do it regularly because you will damage your SSD and your RAM.
Mm.
Because it'll cause writing errors. Which, yeah, that's how you permanently lose access to parts of your RAM.
Right. So, what's favourite modern concept ship? At the moment, it's a Type 83 because it's got no pictures and nothing for me to actually be annoyed with. Pretty much every time I see I hear about a concept ship, it sounds great until I see the pictures of it, and then I start picking it apart. So, basically, anyone I haven't yet seen the pictures of is usually my favourite. But how about everyone else on the panel? Favourite modern concept ship?
Oh. Okay, I've got one serious answer, one joke answer.
While you're thinking, I'm gonna say AUKUS, but it's not a ship; it's a boat.
Now, just quickly to clarify something going on, people in the chat. It's not YouTube chat that's the problem. It's OBS and the combined chat from Restream. For some reason, it keeps wanting to go back. Instead of I've got it in a separate screen off to one side, and it keeps wanting to go back to being part of the OBS screen. It's never normally done this before. It's just OBS is acting up a bit.
Pulling lines in here from Twitch because the YouTube people won't have seen it. Right, Lions, we discussed this last night while playing the stream. The HMS Gurkha amphibious assault ship equipped with Gurkhas and not Royal Marines.
As we said before, it would be strangely efficient at keeping the peace. Because whilst most people in the world have heard about Gurkhas and what they do, and most people will go, we might outnumber them by 20 to 1, but Gurkhas consider those to be aura farming odds, not fighting odds.
As long as it's got detachable bows, it will be fine.
Mm-hmm. Right then, Paul Amos, what books have you all read recently that you would recommend to chat? Anyone? Any books?
It's
Mine's a
not
bit-
naval history, but Demolisher. A very good book carrying on from the Steel Tread book for 40k, written by Anthony Clarke. Actually, really gets the point of putting an officer who's not cut out for company command in a company command position, and then just trying to make do with what they've got.
Oh yeah.
Mine's a bit weird. Okay, mine is called Warfare, Raiding and Defence in Early Medieval Britain by Dr. Eric Gregg. It's basically it's his academic thesis on all the early medieval defence ditches and across the UK. And what they were for and what they would do. And it changes how you see his idea changes how you see the defence of what is the British Isles in that early medieval period with the Anglo-Saxons.
In answer to the next question, Montana 67, it's January 1st, 1959 at 7 a.m. on B-36. It's sitting in its hangar and the mechanic notices an AIM-9A Sidewinder with times two with pylons mounted on its wings. How does it affect World War II? Not a jot. A, it's in America, so they're not getting involved in the war till at least 1941, even at this point. B, a Sidewinder is so far removed, and electronic systems so far removed from the capabilities they have at the time, there is not a single chance in anything of them actually being able to develop that into something practical on the lines of a Sidewinder as a Sidewinder within the scope of the war. There is so much they would need to develop to get that into to understand that. Maybe to say there is an aim. There is the Sidewinder. There is the technology developed behind it. There is the technology behind that. There is the theories behind that, and there's the technology that they have in World War at the end of World War II, not the technology they have in 1939. There is a lot of jumps they need to get to that. Even if it's an AIM-9A Sidewinder.
Yeah.
They can't pick up the heat from a piston prop aircraft, can it?
It
Potentially,
can.
but Foxo?
But it's also, you've sort of got to invent computing first before you can do anything with it.
Yeah.
Because computing in a modern-ish form as we would know it is a child of the 1940s. Because technically computer was also a job title, but... And that was earlier purely mechanical. But... You're not commanding a Sidewinder with any of those.
Yep. So it doesn't really have any impact at all. You'll have an impact on the 1960s because by then they'll be able to use it, but it won't have any impact on that period.
Could they even make the rocket motors for it?
Nope.
Because Goddard is still playing around with gelatine gasoline at this point.
Oh yes. I think the JPL lab have only really just burnt down one or two. They've only burnt down 2 buildings by that point.
Yep. And they burned down many more before they got it down.
Yeah, the AIM-9A is... How do I put this politely? It's yeah, it is definitely way too far advanced on them at this point.
It was a technological leap at its time, as I understand it.
Yeah.
And that time was the late 60s.
You just have to consider that the project itself, even in the 1950s, to develop all the technology they had and building up from the programs they developed it from, they'd started work on it, Sidewinder, in 1946. It isn't fielded till 1954.
I'm not sure anybody could manufacture that Seeker head.
And as said, it's going to have an impact realistically in the 60s. If you saw that technology.
I mean, it's not classified anymore, is it, Alex?
No. But that's the American classification. If it was British, it still would be. Channel. In 1959, Spain buys, with the help of the UK, a US HMS Leviathan, maintaining the name but in Spanish, to supplement the loaned USS Cabot. Does this affect Spanish naval aviation? Well, it gives them a second carrier to work with, so that is going to help them, yes. If they're prepared to keep funding it and supporting it, that gives them more capability and more resilience to keep working with, so that's going to keep them in the aviation service potentially longer, but That's if people could be funding it. It's not the cost of buying these things that's important, it's the cost of maintaining them, or supporting the air groups, of buying the next generations of aircraft. That's all those things that matter. Just buying the ship is the easy bit. Sustaining it, that's the difficult bit. US government, US Navy refuses permission for Ballard to search for Titanic and use Alvin Jason these systems. Does this affect naval historiography? Not really that much. It possibly means that the tech billionaires won't be as keen to get involved, but the odds are for the US Navy not doing it is also going to reveal some of the limitations. It's going to suggest their capabilities aren't as strong as they are, because it might end up with the him going to someone else. Because in the nicest way, he went to the US Navy because he was patriotic first, but he always had the options of going to the other side. Steve, so we have the video of cheating the naval treaties. If you were to cheat to the maximum potential, what ship do we get for the capital ship and aircraft carrier categories? I think I described that in the video. I think I talked about basically... Mine would be a F3 star ship with, honestly, not 16.5-inch guns, and 9 of them, and 28, 29 knots officially. Yeah, the aircraft carrier, well, if I've got the sub 10,000 ton carriers to provide my numbers, then my aircraft carrier is going to be about 28,000 ton standard displacement, probably. With a nice torpedo defences. No armour fitted, but fitted for, not with. Similar with only fitted with half its guns. And a whole load of aircraft. Or about 3 decades left.
We put that question on last night on the stream. I asked you at the very end. And I said I would repeat it here, so that it would be on the general Bruships question, because it does answer that question you put on last night's video. Yeah. The reason why I came in there was we are down to 5 more questions, so I'm going to hit the open button. Do you want to change the banner?
Yes.
We will take another 20 questions.
Okay. Stafford, would a 4 class IHGs or 6 modern fleet auxiliary be more useful to be Q-snapped back to Pacific Theatre of World War II? Well, Wasp class LHDs do come with those lovely hovercraft if they can sustain them, but honestly, probably the fleet auxiliaries. Fast fleet oilers and supply ships would be really, really useful back in World War II. Especially 6 of them. 4 Wasp class. They're doable, they're useful. But honestly, there are going to be a lot of issues with integrating them in the force. Dear, as you said to me some time ago, the Royal Navy has been redecorating landscapes. What has been their biggest redecorating project in history? Okay. Biggest redecorating project in history. Normally, certainly, they received a little bit of a redecoration. That was combined with the US Endo, so that's not really solo.
Copenhagen?
Copenhagen was geographically redirected by the Royal Navy. Alexandria was fairly reshaped, reformed. Probably, though, it's going to sound strange, but there used to be there's some small islands off the coast of the UK which have been used for gunnery practice for generations, especially off the coast of Wales. There's a couple of them. They've been blasted away by all sorts of things at them over the years. And if you want fun, I'm not going to name the islands because I want people to go and do some research. Go and look up the pictures of them in 1900 and go and look at the pictures of them today.
I was going to say Heligoland.
No. That wasn't really given that much attention.
Didn't they blow up all the ordnance that they had after World War II on Heligoland?
No, they didn't.
To
Not by a long shot.
Two more questions before I close. One more question before I close. My finger is sat on the enter key and I have typed in the command. There we go. Right, questions are closed again. Sorry, Castanea. We are going quite quick tonight, though, with questions, so you will get another chance to put that one in.
Right. Frank Ball, slight on it. The Narrows actually dressed up with wood and canvas as real tankers. Huge for 1940s. Take them to lure out turbot? No, I unfortunately that would require the British would have to leak that so hard to the Germans, even the Germans might detect it was a trap, considering Germany's actual capabilities of air reconnaissance. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm looking. I've got there's a question coming up about Britain's national debt. I was trying to find out the detail of that. And I was expecting others to pop in on the Nelrods as tankers thing, and they didn't. Chandel. Not long ago, I saw an Info Defensa article claiming that the Spanish Ministry of Defense was considering 2 more Perels and Bonifaces each. In the case allowed to build, would it be sensible to keep the Santa Maria class in reserve and cycle the Bazan and Boniface class through active and maintenance? Possibly, but it's going to depend on how they're going to run it and whether they can sustain that force. And also, there's no point just having ships in reserves if you don't have reservists for them, so you need to structure a reserve around them. There's no point just having ships sitting in reserve and going, we'll activate those if we need them. Do we have the crew? No. Do we have reservists? No. You need to actually... You don't just stick the ship in reserve. You have to set up the infrastructure in terms of the personnel behind it.
You also need the slack shipyard capacity. You also need the slack shipyard capacity to take those ships from a reserve state to an active state. Or you're going to pay through the nose to keep them in a hot reserve for an indefinite period of time.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome into because people aren't seeing who's here, so we've welcomed Runon and Dr. Dan to the chat.
Well, hey.
Hello. I just arrived at home.
Luckily, I found out that I forgot my wallet before I hit the interstate.
That is good.
Yes.
we forgot our wallet because...
It was in another pair of pants.
Fair enough.
You're just gonna sit there.
The wrong trousers.
Okay.
Yes,
All right.
except I don't have a disturbingly intelligent pet to tell them that it's the wrong trousers.
What do you really think?
Yeah, that was
disturbingly
instantly Are you thinking
Or
of Gromit?
a particularly conniving flightless avian.
Okay.
Oh, I thought you were making a Professor Elemental joke then.
No,
Gromit
it's
reference.
it's a Rollis and Gromit thing.
So, YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What if, for the London Naval Treaty, the caliber for the battleships were retained at 16-inch, and the cruisers were split as true light cruiser and heavy cruisers, 10-inch for heavy and 8-inch for light? No one wants the 10-inch gun. No one
I don't
wants
think
the
anybody
10-inch
wants
gun.
an 8-inch either.
Well,
And even if you say, all right, we'll build some 10-inch prestige ships to get, but the bulk will be 9s. I don't think anybody wants an 8-inch light cruiser either.
Can
Wouldn't
I
you just have the category cruiser at that point?
can
in
I
time?
finish
I'm not
what I was
bothered
saying?
with- Sorry.
Yes.
Thank you. So, for the London Naval Treaty, the caliber for battleships was trained at 16-inch. Okay, so 10-inch doesn't work. As we've talked about on this channel before, it's one of those guns which theoretically should work as a Goldilocks, but it doesn't. It has the rate of fire of a 12-inch, and it doesn't have enough penetration advantage over a 9.2-inch or an 8-inch to make it justifiable. 11-inch is what the Germans used to like because they felt they could get a higher velocity of it than 12-inch, but realistically, 10-inch, again, no one really likes a 10-inch gun. 8-inch for light, as Brunon has just said, is not really what they want because 8-inch is not a light cruiser gun. It's not rapid enough fire, and also the 8-inch was losing out to the 6-inch anyway because of the volume of fire thing. Basically, as the British did and the Americans did similar studies, you found out very quickly you could put, in terms of likely engagement range for ships, you would put out far more shells and far more explosive power, and therefore have more chance of hitting a ship you're firing 6-inch shells if you're raining them on them than if you're firing 8-inch. So, with that being said, you're not going to have a scenario of 10-inch and 8-inch. You might have a scenario of them going, well, we're going to have heavy cruisers 12-inch. We're going to make heavy cruisers 12-inch gunships. That then creates a problem because then that means there's no chance of you dropping down 14-inch or anything, and it possibly means you push battleships up to 18 inches in terms of gun size. There becomes a good argument for that because you've pushed the cruiser size up that much. That's one of the reasons you wanted clear blue water between the gun sizes of the battleships and the cruisers, which is why one of the reasons why they went to 8-inch, why they went down as far as they did. So it basically if you go with that arrangement, you're creating so many troubles. You're basically going to cause the treaty system to collapse even quicker because no one's going to want to play those games. That's basically politicians agreeing something and then go back to navies and navies telling them you can't. This doesn't work at all. We can't do this at all.
I mean, would in itself be kind of amusing if you had politicians agree something and the navies kind of turn around and go, but that won't work. We don't want to build ships like that. That's a terrible ship.
It was bad enough with the second London Naval Treaty. It was good that the politicians left so many holes in it because otherwise I think they would have had general mutinies on their hands.
Wasn't it you that said that in the second London Naval Treaty, effectively, they kicked all the naval officers out?
They did do.
So that yeah.
It wasn't. There's no effectiveness about it. They actually did just kick all the naval officers out because the navy officers weren't agreeing with what the politicians were saying because the navy personnel kept putting forward things like, "But that doesn't work."
Yeah.
Even naval officers trying to be helpful were considered causing problems because they were pointing out that the things didn't mesh with reality.
Reality, the great enemy of politicians.
Yes, reality always is.
Yes. Which group of politicians do you think was most responsible for excluding the naval officers from the London Naval Treaty?
Basically, all the politicians who belong to the global peace groups who were trying to push for it.
Right.
Because they're the ones who decided to kick them out.
Okay.
Basically, they said we're not managing to agree to treaty because the naval officers keep obstructing us. Why? They keep saying it's not possible to do these things.
Nothing changes.
Do the professionals have a point? No, of course not.
Mm-hmm. Stafford, how would the Royal Navy have dealt with it? Bruno?
I was going to say, it's not because they're the subject matter experts on the regulation being proposed. It's because they're warmongers and they wish to send more of our brave boys off to die.
Yeah.
Said with tongue firmly in cheek on my part.
Take care, KVG. Stafford, how would the Royal Navy deal with the new Warspite if her machine spirit takes her over upon commissioning and she steams herself out of harbour upon hitting the water? Panic. That's an SSBN going rogue.
Just hope that she's gone rogue before you've loaded any of her tubes.
This is Warspite.
Then you only have one nuclear reactor to worry about.
Yeah.
This is basically a British version of the Hunt for Red October.
Yeah.
Which harbour is she heading for to overload her reactor in?
I mean, tradition would suggest Kiel.
No, tradition for Warspite would suggest Toulon.
Toulon or Brest?
Toulon, she'd like to belong to the Mediterranean fleet. She hated the French long before she hated the Germans.
To be fair, she probably only hates the Germans because they interrupted her attempts at war against the French.
That was the rudest thing they could do.
It's like, they're my enemies. Stop trying to beat them yourselves.
Stop getting in my way of. Stop making me have
You're
to
not as
ally
good
with
at
them
it.
to beat you because you won't let me beat them. Knights of everyone, you kind of answer your own question. What killed off the Cudgel Naval atomic mine proposal? Do you really want an atomic weapon that could float off around the world and you not control?
See answers about Warspite's machine spirit taking over on SSBN.
Yeah.
All it depends on it. Unfortunately, most politicians don't like the idea of a salvation in all capital letters. But
Okay.
probably did.
Aidan Clarke, possibly old history video idea. Well, this should go to the patrons. We'll see what they want. Set up a middle power, Canada, Australia, pre or post World War II, fleet infrastructure wise, so they can maintain a strong naval fleet tradition and naval tradition until modern day. Here's the really disturbing thing about that. Both Canada and Australia had quite a good naval infrastructure and fleet post World War II. Their governments decided not to retain funding it a lot sooner than anyone else did. So Canada and Australia both leave World War II operating carriers with jets. Both Canada and Australia leave World War II with cruisers, with full submarine forces and fleet assets, auxiliaries.
And well-developed bases
Yeah.
on both sides of each of the countries, because you had Sydney and you had Perth in Australia, and you had Halifax and Esquimalt in Canada. Which are, up there with the best.
You can ask
In
multiple
terms of-
patron questions, I think. Let me just check. At the moment, I'm going to quickly just check Patreon and see whether it's open questions or if it's currently just to finish the vote.
I typically submit like 4 in a comment when I remember to submit them.
And I try and ignore the one which has the word shed in it every single time.
You've answered the shed question now, haven't you?
I know that Renan she keeps producing
think I have
more. There are more, okay? There are more.
Shed question.
Okay, so the patron.
It's so great because there's so much room to refine it.
But they're going to be putting up soon the April suggestions. Goes live tomorrow. So April suggestions goes live tomorrow, and I will be tweeting, doing everything, putting it out, and going. The April suggestions have gone live. Okay.
I normally put 2 questions in Patreon. I haven't done any this month, but I normally put 2 in, and Alex gets to pick whether he uses them. I'm not, I'm not no ego about.
Yeah, I mean, I figure it's a good way for Doc to pick which poison he wants to deal with, and sometimes the community decides that they want to torture him.
Yeah, team who wants to house you in a shed in Wales.
Who does Team want the house in a shed in Wales? Because one of us has actually lived in a shed in Wales and would prefer not to. It was a holiday, but it was. And let me put it this way: there was a very nice mine down below, and I ended up with both dogs. This was when we had Cocker Spaniels, and my mother and my sister. We were all supposed to be on our separate rooms because we got a massive, rambling little sort of wooden cottage. The only person who didn't end up sleeping in the same room as me was my dad, because they were all scared of the ghosts.
You made that decision now?
No, nicest way. I was 6 at the time.
Oh, I'm going to kill this guy.
What's the problem, Runon? Don't announce these things live on a recorded video, okay? It could be used against you in a court of law.
Well, so when I left work on Thursday, there was a statement that we may not be working tomorrow, Monday, or Tuesday, because of this weather that essentially the whole mid-southern U.S. has gotten slammed with.
Okay.
I texted my foreman Friday or Saturday to confirm that we were still working Monday. I am currently driving. Thankfully, I'm not that far up the road, so it all worked out better than it could have. But I am currently driving on my way up to the rental in Louisa County. I just got a text that we're not working tomorrow.
Okay, so this isn't the same person who forgot to order the component, right?
It's the exact same frigating person who didn't order the components and is dragging his feet on getting the NRC required fire block that we need for Phase 3.
This is going to sound strange,
because it's NRC. It's
Runon. Is this a union post, isn't it? You got through the union.
My billet is the PM is a 1099 contract position with the customer.
Yeah, but you might want to pass all this issues to the union and explain about the lost hours and the other things they're costing you, because the union can probably go around his head to the people above him and go, "You're costing our people money and you're causing trouble with unions. Do you want us to go on strike?" No? Sort this out.
Okay. Here's the thing about IBU. I haven't seen 26's contract, which is the jurisdiction I'm working in, but I have seen 666's and 1340, which is my home jurisdiction. We both have no strike, no lockout clauses in those contracts. So I would assume that 26 has the same boilerplate language.
You probably don't have... In a nice way, there are ways to strike without striking.
Yes, blue flu. I'm aware of it.
Yes. And your union reps will know exactly how to intimate these things.
The issue is that we don't have a steward in our crew, and I don't know anybody in 26 that I don't work with.
Yes, but you have your own local to talk to, don't you? Go talk to them.
In the nicest
they
way,
will have a connection.
Northern Virginia already looks... It would be like somebody in Cornwall trying to tell somebody that London has a problem. Somebody in London that London has a problem.
No, usually that's quite common in the UK. Usually it's like, let's put it this way, I'm in one of the local groups I work in that has a union branch, that has a sort of it's not a union, but it's a historians group. There's a branch up in London. And one of our people was helping out someone in Somerset doing a project with TV work, and they had an issue and it wasn't being resolved, and they talked to me about it because they knew I knew the people in London, and I passed the message up to the people in London going, do you know this is happening in your local in the project you're supposed to be overseeing? Just a heads up. And it got sorted out. And that's just historians.
Well, I get to now, when I get home, I'm going to shoot a text to my foreman to say, so we're going to make it up on Friday, right?
Yeah.
And if the answer is no, I might be taking a job in Maryland.
Nice this time of year here. Anyway, next question. If gentlemanly panda. Look, I never heard of an ungentlemanly panda, so the fact that you have to describe yourself as a gentlemanly panda, are you really a panda? That's the question that's coming to me now. Because I've never heard of there being an ungentlemanly panda. So therefore, are you emphasizing the gentleman bit to hide the fact you aren't really a panda?
Have you never seen one that's on the spicy bamboo?
No. Pandas would never do such a thing. They've always been such good and cute creatures. Timu, red pandas are ungentlemanly. Well, this just says panda. This doesn't say red panda, so is it really a red panda? Is that what you are?
Can we just point out by red panda, we mean the species, not communist ones. Just to be clear on this.
I don't know.
Technically, all pandas are Chinese property, so they're all communists?
Well,
Is it a Kung Fu panda?
Do pandas... does China own the pandas, or do the pandas own China? That's the question. Gentlemen, so if Churchill decided to defend the Channel Islands, how would this affect the Western Front and Atlantic Wall, as 1/13 of all concrete in the Atlantic Wall was on the Channel Islands? Realistically, the decision for the Channel Islands is taken before Churchill gets a chance to decide these things. It is mostly decided before him. If they did manage to defend them, you needed to have put the defence in prior to World War II, so you could actually defend them. And you would need to have personnel there dug in to make any landing operation an absolute nightmare and impossible. And having been to the Channel Islands, I would say some of them are defensible. At least one I wouldn't like to defend, and you would probably need to go Sweden style if you wanted to have any air support. But if you could have that, and if you could sustain it, you would make the channel very difficult to navigate for the Germans, and would probably add an increased effort of the Atlantic Wall, because they would be... Because let's put it this way, there's going to be a position of the Allies have, which is very, very close to the Germans. Very, very close to watch what they're going. And if you manage to have working radar sets there, you would be able to see quite far into France to give warning about any air raids.
It'd be a prime target for the Luftwaffe, wouldn't it?
Oh, it would be. The Luftwaffe would spend so much time bombing it, they possibly would miss out on London. But basically, you'd have to evacuate all the civilians, and the entire population would have to be a military population, living underground and constantly being attacked. Honestly, the Germans would probably bring out the Schwer Gustav to just blast away at it.
Yeah, it's a bit like the situation with Spain and Gibraltar, really, isn't it?
To an extent, but it's not an isthmus, it's actual islands, so there's a difference as well there. And also, Gibraltar is naturally quite difficult to attack in pretty much every way. But imagine trying to land on the middle beach in Sark. Well, I could think of easier ways to avoid to be machine gunned to death. Tea and Biscuit Gaming. Old history. Tiger class were in mothball in 2000. Reactive 8 and modernisation. No cost limits. The systems must be from NATO and in operation. How do Powell carry out the upgrade? Okay, I'm going to start off at the top of at the bottom and work our way up my list. As I see it, goes Dan, Runon, Steve, Foxo, and Dragon. And go. While you're starting off with that, I'm going to quickly grab another Iron Brew because I've managed to get through both cans already.
Starting from the bottom up, I'm going to swap the engines for gas turbines. I'm going to want to. I mean, this is kind of tech level you've got in the Type 45, I guess. So I'm going to want to stick a nice big radar like that on. It's just a question of whether to go for a flat panel one because you've got the superstructure and you've got the space. Although actually, you're probably not that much bigger than a Type 45. Actually, thinking about it, I've never actually looked at the length comparison, but the 6-inch guns get a polish, 3-inch guns get a polish, and I work out how many missiles I can fit on, and then do. That's pretty much it. And
the fact that the team is on his last can of Jaffa disturbs me. That suggests he's not been properly organising his logistics. Yeah. Okay, Runon, what would you do to a Tiger
I'm
class?
completely out of Iron Brew. I don't know if Dan was done, but I'm passing because I don't know enough about the Tiger class nor the systems available in 2000.
Steve?
Well, if you're gonna change the engines, as Dan suggested, I would go for combined diesel and gas, but rather than just gas turbines. But is that hull basically effectively brand new and unused? Because if it isn't, and it is ancient, then is it really worth using? But my point is if you're going to put the turbines in, you can effectively rip most of the superstructure off anyway. So, Dan, you can put the pyramid on and having a flat panel radar array. I don't see that being a problem. It's a case of you've got to. I'm not sure that the ship is designed to basically have a VLS system built into it in any way, shape, or form, or one that isn't going to be a big one. So it's a case of it's a case of what it is actually capable of taking, not knowing enough about the Tiger hull. If you could put a VLS system on, it could be a big version of a Type 45, I suppose.
Yeah.
Well, it's not that much bigger. That's the thing.
Yeah.
In terms of displacement, because they're based on the Fiji, the Crown Colony hull.
Yeah.
That's a bit broader.
I know it's like.
It's a little bit beamier, but it's the same length.
Yeah, it's like a 10,000 ton vessel, isn't it?
No, it's less than that. Standard displacement.
It's less than that. Yeah.
Yeah, they would.
45's a 7. And I thought it was about 8 or 9.
It might be 8 to 9,000 standard.
Yeah, but it's a case of can it take a VLS set? Because they wouldn't have thought about it in that time.
No, so the Tigers, I'm assuming we're talking about the light cruise.
Yeah.
They were 9,500 tons then.
Yes.
So they were basically 10,000 ton ships. 9,975 after conversion.
Yeah.
So they weren't. They're not that small.
And in terms of VLS, they've got armoured decks, and they were designed to take 6-inch gun turrets. They can take a VLS.
Yeah, but it's the whole volume in the inside, because I don't know how narrow they are at the front compared to, let's say, a Type 45. That was my thinking around my head. Is if you can get a VLS in,
and the
it's a
framing
useful vessel.
and how load is conducted through the hull.
Yeah. It's a different thing, isn't it? Having a gun on the deck and the forces that basically the gunfire has, compared to trying to launch rockets straight up out of the ship.
Well, I'm not really concerned about the force of the VLS launch. I'd be more concerned. Like, we have a blank check to do it, so you can re-engineer the hull to do it. But I'm more concerned about the volume interspersed with the framing of the hull to hold a VLS block,
Okay, let's go then.
especially if it's a block of any strike length.
Foxo.
Oh, just keep has to stay as a surface warship
Mm-hmm.
because a part of me would want to turn her into a glorified helicopter AW asset.
Well, it just says reactivate and modernization.
How would you do it?
Yeah.
So how would you do it?
So
No, you. I'm stopping a poodle
Sorry.
eating on butter biscuits. I'm sorry.
So take off one of the aft twin autoloading 6-inch at least, and significantly expand her helicopter area. The 3-inch aren't going to be much use in the modern era, so take those off. I would see about replacing the Sea Cat with something more modern. I won't bother changing the engines unless I have to. Or much of the hull, like the actual below decks hull, as I have to. And turn her into a glorified helicopter landing ship. A bunch of helicopters aft, the 6-inch gun for fire support, some arm launchers, and yeah, give it to the Royal Marines.
Okay.
It'll get you ashore there.
The only thing I'll say, Foxo, is there's nobody in the modern RN who understands Steam. Everybody who would understand Steam has retired.
In 2000.
No.
Not by 2000.
In 2000, there still are.
And also, what is a nuclear power plant except a steam plant that uses rocks instead of liquid fuel?
No, that's coal. That's
I think yes, you're gonna have to.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to.
The key point is in 2000. If you're talking about today, you wouldn't be wrong, because the nuclear reactors moved on that much. But in 2000, there are enough things going around, including the Swiftstrick class. We're not that long out of service. Actually, I think they were still in service. One of them at that point. It would still. So yes.
But didn't they have that problem with HMS Bristol in the Falklands?
No.
That they didn't have enough people.
No.
With steam capability.
Bristol. That was one of the problems with reactivating the Tigers in there, because they didn't have immediately steam people available there. But they did have enough people because Bristol was a part of the regular service and they were using her. That was one of the reasons why they didn't have the people for the Tigers, because Bristol was in use.
Right.
It's a case of Bristol is available, but Bristol, if you send her south, she was waiting for Derek Raffel, and they weren't allowed to take Derek Raffel until after battle's over, because they didn't want a Vice Admiral going down there, because if you lost with a Vice Admiral, that was considered a big loss, whereas if you lost with a Rear Admiral down there, then, it's the Rear Admiral's fault. It's not as bad for the Royal Navy, apparently, if a Rear Admiral loses, if a Vice Admiral loses. Oh, well, we'll leave that to one side. Alright. So, for me, it's Dragon next, though. No.
I do quite, yeah. So, I would like to keep one of the 6-inch, see what we can do with that, see what fun BAE can cook up with it. Because they could probably come up with something interesting. One thing I would like to see is, if we're modernizing her, rip out her 3-inch. But instead, if we can fit them, Ottomalera 76s.
Yeah, sounds good.
Because in particular, you've got the Super Rapide, which came in out, which is 1985, so proven to be effective at this point. It means we can get 4 of them, effectively. which I think will be excellent all-round coverage. I do kind of agree with Fox's thing. Probably, yep. Remove the rear 6-inch, and even though it's a questionable upgrade at the time, in 2000, actually having a proper hanger would be useful. Especially if we can actually have it so that it can properly service and refuel modern helicopters.
They wished you. Did they realise
So-
it's your birthday this week?
The only thing I'm not sure about is the engines. The idea of swapping to gas turbines sounds good, but it's a question of, is it actually worthwhile? Because, yeah, her power plant's old, but it's still quite good for what it is.
Yep.
So, 31.5 knots.
I
isn't
think
bad.
I think in a blank check scenario, it's worth it. I think in
Yeah.
a blank check scenario, it's worth it. Any other, it's probably not.
Yeah,
But we're
I'm
in a
not-
blank check scenario.
I guess no cost limit. Even in a blank,
also
no
bring up
blank
a
check
lot of
scenario, it's like,
space.
ooh,
Okay.
Think of all the
but yeah.
All right. So, if it was me in a blank check scenario, I'm doing a great rebuild. I'm going to have a nice 100 centimeter by 22 meter hull. So slightly stretched, but it's going to look broadly similar to them. I'm going to keep the double twin 6-inch guns because I'm going to mount them both forward. I'm going to have 4 3-inch guns, Otto Malera 76s because they're lovely. Going to have 4 phalanxes. I'm going to stick in roughly 96 VLS cells A50 style, so 48 forward, 48 aft. So I'm going to have a double hangar, at least possibly a triple hangar for medium aircraft of the size of Merlin. Can have full command facilities put in. I'm going to have another 48 cells, courtesy of Mark 41 VLS for strike capabilities. And I'm going to call it the Tiger class, but it's basically the only thing it's going to have from them is the 6-inch guns.
And the nameplate. Don't forget the nameplate.
I won't forget nameplate and the bell. And it will be fully modern engineering with gas diesel combined gas and diesel electric.
Theseus called. He would like his ship back.
Well, nice way. Once you say I've got no budget limit, I might as well build my dream cruiser. And if I can do that to the whole of the Tiger class, all 3 of them, and I can get 3 of those, and even if I only end up with 6 Type 45s, I don't have 3 of those as well. And suddenly the Royal Navy looks very different at the moment. With those
Also,
3 sitting in it.
they've got a bit of belt armor and things, so they can potentially have fun rubbing up against Chinese fishing boats.
And with that many 3-inch guns, 6-inch guns, and the lovely... I might even add in some extra 40mm. I might add in about 8 40mm, single 40mm, both as 40mm as well as having the 4 phalanx explosive weapon systems. And then when people saw the drone armada, looking at them and go, those cruisers were really the perfect ships for surviving a modern drone and missile swarm. Yes! Yes, they are. They were festooned with every gun I could fit on them. Right then. Ivan Calvert. Considering the amount of effort the Germans put in making those World War I battle cruisers, do you think it would be better for them just to make battleships instead and use light cruiser scout ships? Yes. I think I've said this before in videos. Yes. Just yes. I've said before that if the Germans had instead put the effort into building battleships, but just trying to make all their battleships a little bit faster, so they had a faster battle line, they would have caused the British more trouble. If instead of trying to build a fleet in miniature, they tried to compete on one area, rather than sort of the guns and everything and numbers, they'd just gone, okay, we're going to do the guns and numbers of battleships, we're going to ignore battle cruisers, and we're just going to try and make our battleships that are just a little bit faster, that would have caused the British far more effort.
Wouldn't that make them a one-dimensional force? fleet and being wise.
Yeah, but
So you wouldn't see the Royal Navy investing as much in their battle.
well, no, because the Royal Navy
While-
are investing in their battle cruisers not because of the Germans, but because of the defending global trade and the global mission. It's the thing is, this is why they originally considered the name of frigate for the battle cruisers rather than dreadnought armor cruisers or battle cruisers, was because they were taking on the traditional cruising role of the frigate of sailing around the world and being Britain's presence in the world. So Britain has to build a battle fleet to deal with Germany. The battle cruisers are in many ways as much about deterring people around the world as they are about Germany. If that makes sense.
That I understand, but as I understand it, that was the case with 12-inch battle. When the battle cruisers start to grow in size rapidly,
Yeah.
is caused by the ongoing arms race with the Germans.
No, again, it's caused, but not, less by the Germans, because the Germans the Germans are building, but others are building them, and it's always more worried because the British are always fairly certain with the German battle cruisers. Most of them are going to be inside the North Sea, which means they're going to be, in worst case scenario, they're going to end up bumping into the Grand Fleet as a whole, the Royal Navy's battleships. And with the help of cruisers and destroyers, that's what the Royal Navy will get them. It's always, the battle cruisers are always looking at. And this is another thing we could look in World War One. Which do more global deployments during World War One? The Royal Navy's battle cruisers or their battleships? The battle cruisers go all over the place. And yes, mainly it's the 12-inch ones because mostly they're not fighting anyone who's externally that powerful. But if you consider the battle cruisers being built by the Russians and various other forces, that's one of the reasons why the British are going so big on the battle cruisers. And for dealing with people like, potentially Japan, but also people's pre-dreadnoughts. So for Britain, the battle cruisers are about global status. They're not about necessarily the stuff with Germany. There is a part of it in there. I would argue that the jump from, not necessarily to the Lions, but from Lions to Tiger is far more related to the German ships than the others, but the jumps to Lions are still related to the global more than the Germans, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So basically, jumping to Lions is because of everyone else is now building them. Jumping to Tiger is because, oh frigate, what have the Germans just built?
So then what causes the jump to the Admirals? Because that's a big jump in size.
That's Fisher and his idea of trying to build an Invincible which works. Because the original Admirals, if you look at it, are scaled up Invincibles. They're going down the same route as the Lexingtons end up going out. And then after the Jutland, they try and rework them into something else, say something like Tiger. But there's the reason I've said if you expand Tiger up to the size of an Admiral, she'd weigh far more because she's a far more dense construct than the Admiral class are. This is why when people try and tell me that the Admiral class that Hood is really a fast battleship, I go, no, she's not, because the example is Tiger. Unless you're going to claim Tiger's a fast battleship, you cannot claim Hood is. And none of the people who claim Hood is a fast battleship claim Tiger as a fast battleship. And yet, Tiger is far more densely armoured and armed for her size and her role than Hood is.
Alex, taking a step back from what you just said about the German misthink in strategic terms about what a battle cruiser is for.
Yes, Steve.
If 2 or 3 of those battle cruisers had been forward deployed into colonies before the start of war, and then as soon as war was declared they steam out, how much in the short term does that cause the Entente a problem?
Well, that was the reason why the British were deploying battlecruisers around the world to deal with the Scharnhorst and Gneisenau. That's why Australia's where she is and other things are where they are. So if the Germans had deployed those larger ships out, then you would have seen the British would have deployed larger ships out and would probably have built more to deal with them. And that's another reason why the British are scaling up the numbers. Is basically because they know Scharnhorst and Gneisenau are going to have to be replaced at some point.
Yeah. So we know we're going to get more. So what we know is we're going to get more HMS Tigers. That's what you're thinking.
Part of the reason why you have the Queen Elizabeth class built as they are is because they can take over the fast scouting role for the battle cruisers of the Grand Fleet and allow you to free up more of the battle cruisers to go on the global role should the Germans deploy more battle cruisers globally.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, the British had been thinking about just that scenario and had been laying down the preparations for it. No, Castaner, the reason the British battle cruisers end up in the battle line is, apart from being destruction of German commerce, is because BT didn't position them take them to the place they were supposed to be.
Because what is the motto of this channel? Apart from all hail the Blackburn, Blackburn?
No, that's your motto.
Vote for the BBC party.
Oh no,
But that's mainly to disturb Runon.
Renown is also originally, in a nice way, Renown and Repulse are also built as battle cruisers. 2 words. Again, look them up. You find the standard displacement terms. Both Renown and Repulse are lighter by several thousand tons than Tiger. This is the thing. That is the big clue. Look at how frigging heavy Tiger is compared to the others. She is one dense lady for a battle cruiser. Penguin Cannon. If Queen Elizabeth class could have hit 28 knots with small troop boilers, why did Japan seem to struggle so hard to get a decent fast battleship? No, they had good ideas earlier on. It's later on they have issues. The Yamatos are 27 knot ships, so they're not fast battleships because the cutoff is 28 knots. And I know people then go, but that's only a knot. But the thing is, you have the cutoff somewhere of the define of what's a fast battleship and what isn't a fast battleship. And if you go, well, okay, let's say 27 knots, because then it's the semi. That's okay, that's fine. Well, what about this ship? It's 26 knots. Well, that makes it silly. But no, it's only 1 knot less. So you have to, the cutoff has to be somewhere. And the cutoff which was agreed, which was understood at the time, was basically defined was that any battleship which could do 28 knots, i.e. maintain contact with the cruiser line, was a fast battleship. That's the requirement. It had to be able to maintain contact with the cruiser line, which was 28 knots. And it had been at that level since about 1912, 1913. And that's why the Queen Elizabeth were talking about 28 knots. That's why they keep talking about 28 knots as the requirement for the ships, and the different methods of achieving 28 knots with the various the power density they had available, etc. All these things. But if the Queen Elizabeth, the reason they could have hit it if they had small troop boilers is because of how efficient their hull is. And realistically, for Japan, as later on, is they lose a lot of their institutional memory they built up in the 1910s, and they're just reaching a point at which they can exploit it, and then they have no building. They have the building stoppage, the pause of construction. And that's what stops them achieving that. Let's see, what's your favourite missile? Ooh. Okay, I always quite liked the Penguin, because it was quite a good missile, but that's for its period. Today, if I'm outfitting and devising a ship, usually I tell people to go pick for the Naval Strike Missile, because it's a system which is fairly modular and fairly easily able to adapt. And I know there are other systems available, but there's a lot of stuff being developed that's not quite into service yet. So if I'm going to go for an off-the-shelf option, I usually tell people to go for Naval Strike Missile, because it works. How about everyone else?
Oh.
I'm going to go for Brimstone. I'm going to go for Brimstone.
Okay.
Is this why you're always so happy to see send penguins?
That, and I like the chocolate bar.
Penguins are very nice.
I've never had one.
They're good.
Runon, the more you talk about your childhood, the more I worry that you were secretly very, very harshly raised and suffered, not experiencing things like a chocolate penguin. It's either that, or it's a whole thing of America.
Of my child.
In which case, there is more suffering in America than we realize if they do not receive penguins.
You realize the majority of my childhood, I never quite understood if I was speaking to my dad or my boss, right?
There is usually not much different.
There is one in the same person, aren't they?
In my case, they were, yeah. But usually your dad can't fire you.
Well, they can try, but usually then you go and complain to your mum, and then your dad is in trouble. And your dad's sleeping on the couch until he remembers to re-employ you.
Oh, I wish that family dynamics worked like that.
Yeah, back to missiles. I've mentioned narrow down to two. The first one has to be the original rod from God itself, Talos. Just because if a ship had the equivalent of a javelin that it chucked at another ship or an aircraft or anything like, it would be Talos. And yeah, anti-air missile that they accidentally made into an anti-everything missile. And they got a funny nuclear tip, which is always fun to think about. As for the other one, there's a simple missile called the Shillelagh. And it is an almost perfect example of how you do not design a missile.
That was what flashed through my head when you said it. But then I remembered, this is Foxo.
Yeah. That's what I thought. I thought, why is she saying Shillelagh?
Because the Shillelagh, it's on paper a really good missile. In a time when people are rightly thinking that the missile in all ways is outperforming the gun. And it's pioneering technologies like caseless ammunition. And then it just sort of runs face first into a concrete wall known as reality. And they keep trying to get it to work, and it keeps failing to work. Until they just go, we'll replace it with a massive heat round. Which also had a habit of randomly exploding.
That doesn't bode well.
It was one of those missiles which had a lot of very bright ideas around it.
Yeah.
A lot of very
M68
bright ideas. Okay, Loudwood. Increasing power demands are warranting increasingly larger power plants and size to accumulate them along with their fuel. Is there a possibility we could see fission reactors move towards small vessels? I've talked about this before. I don't think it necessarily goes smaller than what I would call cruiser-sized vessels, but I could see vessels of 15,000 tons plus ending up with a nuclear reactor aboard for base load. I could see that happening. I think I did a video the other day where I actually worked out and combined what a nuclear gas combined propulsion would be. Yeah, I think I called it Konag. Let me just check on my designing a warship one. I think it was Konag.
You also have a wrinkle which will affect some navies more than others. Of not all ports will permit a nuclear vessel into it.
Yep.
And even fewer ports are rated to handle those vessels because there's a whole slew of training that you need to have in order to know what to do should the defecation hit the oscillation.
I think the trouble is, in certain power levels and certain systems we're looking at, especially with some of the bigger laser systems, etc., and rail guns and these things, the power demands are such that the base load's going to go up so much that it's going to become a case of how much fuel are you prepared to carry. If you want to have a decent range, you're going to need something for your base load, which is not going to be dependent on you carrying a large amount of fuel, and that's going to be nuclear. That's power density equations. And as said, combine nuclear and gas. You have nuclear for the base load. Maybe it's even Konag, which is combined nuclear, gas, and diesel. And you have diesel generators on there, and for emergency power, you have gas generators on there to provide you with the surge power you need from your operating your lasers and your railguns, and you have nuclear power for your just base load. It'll be interesting to see.
Question, Alex. What's the minimum? I saw recently in the press a picture of them moving a small modular reactor on the back of, for Runon's purposes, semi-trailer.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure where that was going. What's the minimum beams and draft a vessel needs to hold an SMR type reactor?
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't it?
There isn't really a minimum, because what
Yeah,
you do
I mean,
is
you
you're
could
going to design the reactor around the ship. And it might be a barge. It might be something
Alright.
which has, very shallow draft designed for riverine operations if you really wanted to. And they have got barges which are designed for barge-based nuclear reactors and small modular reactors to provide power supply. So basically, what matters is you have the space for it. If you want the space for it inside your hull, then you're going to be slightly different than if you just want to have it balanced on the top. But realistically, if you consider the Virginias and Californias were all nuclear powered, and I'm talking about a cruiser, by the way, not the submarine. Just to clarify before people go, well, of course the Virginias are nuclear powered. They're submarines. There's a Virginia class cruiser, and that is 180 meters by 19 meters beam, so it's got a narrower beam than the Type 45s.
Right.
It's actually got a narrower draft. I think it's got about the same draft as a Type 45. So, yeah, it's,
So even something, therefore, at 7,000 tons could, in theory, be nuclear powered.
Yes. But realistically, it's got enough costs associated with it. You're not going to be looking for something that small to be nuclear powered at current time, unless the cost of reactors goes down dramatically. And again, that's going to be something of, if there are a lot of them being built and used, that will reduce their cost. That's one of the advantages put forward for small modular reactors, is that they will achieve the sufficient ubiquity that there will be a reduction in cost due to quantity.
Okay.
That's
and
half their argument.
And also if you want to stretch the language in the question almost to the breaking point, you could make UUVs or unmanned surface vehicles powered off a little RTG. A little passive sensor platform could be theoretically nuclear powered if you slapped an RTG into it.
Yeah.
And those are, a couple dozen tons, maybe.
Yeah, because they use them on space probes.
Yeah. Carrot 1151. If you could give one ship in history resilience of Starbug, what would it be and why?
The resilience of what?
Of Starbug from
Starbug.
Red Dwarf.
Starbug is Starbug is a little sort of shuttlecraft thing from Red Dwarf.
It's the green thing they fly around in.
She's built out of the plastic that they make the dolls that always survive airplane crashes from.
Plus, I think in the show she's also basically almost invincible.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because she's made from that.
Was that actually the reason in the show as well, or?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh. The universe.
Yes.
Yes.
I didn't know that was the in-universe explanation, I'll be honest. Okay.
Yeah, the in-universe explanation is materials made from is that.
Okay.
Runon, are you still on your phone in the car?
I think she is, judging by the robot voice we have occasionally. So she can't go look it up.
So we can't really put a picture in.
I would say if I was going to give something that resilience, it'd be HMS Eskimo, because the amount of time she tries to truck her bow away, if it kept surviving, she'd be really confused.
It's just me.
How about HMS Zubian?
Nah, already 2 ships.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, when you put Zubian together, it becomes 4 times as indestructible as the original 2 ships.
I wish.
Okay.
Foxo, Karen.
Well, there's a Soviet heavy
Random question,
infantry.
Foxo. Have you been singing on the Mars Singer?
I'm singing on what?
The Masked Singer.
The what?
My mum
The
asked.
Masked
My mum
Singer.
actually just sent me this message through asking if you've been on the Masked Singer because
It's a
there's
TV
apparently
program.
there's an Arctic fox singing on it and they're doing very well and she thinks it could be you.
They were revealed, I'm
No.
afraid.
Oh,
They were
That's not
revealed
me.
last night.
who was it? I wasn't
Can't
watching it, so I have no idea.
remember his name.
But did she mum just send it through? I know she's watching last night's episode tonight because she didn't manage to see it last night because she was going back towards the hospital.
Whoops.
So she's just watching it now. So who was the...
In the chat,
I don't remember, is the honest answer.
Okay.
I don't know any of the people really appear on it. The only reason I knew about that was because we were eating food at the table and it happened to be on.
Oh, apparently it was Anton Dubek.
Oh,
That
I'm
would
nowhere
be
near
him.
as good as him.
He wasn't.
Ouch!
He wasn't. To be fair, Fox, actually, at times I'd say you're better.
Anton Dubek is a very good dancer,
Ouch!
not a very good singer.
The songs, some of the songs that were chose were very, very much not the right choices.
No. Bowman Boy, could the laser-guided rocket be fired from surface ships? Yes. In fact, rockets have been fired from surface ships a lot over the years, and laser-guided rockets, yeah. I think they even have. I think there are even some systems to use that.
The Americans have a whole song about us firing rockets at their forts from our ships. Apparently they didn't
To be
appreciate
fair,
it.
the Americans keep seeming to want to refight the War of 1812 and come up with including increasingly interesting ideas on what exactly happened in that war.
the national anthem's based upon that particular event.
I know. Anyway.
Go on, Fox, you were going to ask something?
Can I just actually get my answer for the previous question? Before
Yes.
The interruption.
Yes.
And has anyone here heard of the Soviet heavy, I think quotation marks, heavy cruiser, the Kravny Chalka?
Yes.
I would want to give that the durability and the ability to survive anything that the shuttle has. Because the sadistic side of me wants to go, how much can you torture a World War I era cruiser hull?
Is this because Fleet was dead set on building the things on Ramblings yesterday? Friday?
Partly.
Time is soup.
So for context, this was a World War I era protect light cruiser town class displacement of the period,
Yes.
who the Soviets rebuilt with 4 single 180mm 72 guns.
Alex, your reaction is on the screen is just a interesting picture.
Yeah, I've heard of it.
He's
I'm
had
just
puppy
wondering.
dog's eyes in
I'm
it.
just now thinking exactly what was Fleet saying about this particular gun,
It
this
was a-
particular ship.
It was a question, just quickly, to explain. It was a question of, you're put in charge of Soviet ship development and Stalin likes you, so won't get rid of you. For the Soviet Navy between 1921 and 1953. What do you do? And he was insistent on finishing the Svetlana and the Admiral Nakimovs, I think they were called. Because, to quote, the shipyards need experience, so building these ships first laid down in 1913, continuing them in 1921 is a good idea. Because they're still relevant assets.
Yeah, and basically he didn't want to, I don't know, admit, acknowledge, accept, find a verb and stick with it. That maybe the time that it would take to build those cruisers versus the time to maybe start from fresh steel and build some Italian designs because the Italians are willing to sell to you might be a better use of party resources.
Now, I will state, by the end of it, after we decided, after an hour on the question was time to move on, he did, me and him came to an agreement of, no, we just build something new. I managed to at least get him to wrangle him to, we build something new. of maybe that scale, but not those ships.
I would have thought, Alex, the answer to this question for Alex would have been Giulio Cesare at the Battle of Taranto. Or the Taranto raid, on the grounds you can't hit it.
No,
And,
I'm not giving that ship any more good luck than it already has.
You're gonna say something there, sorry, Foxer?
I was gonna just to be Clarke in pain, point out that Fleet did try and claim that Ganget's 12-inch guns are equivalent to the Vickers 14-inch gun.
Yeah, no. He tried.
Okay, I'm going to have to make a special effort to make sure I'm at Ramblings, whatever building work is going on Monday, just so I can have this conversation, aren't I?
Do you want us to ping you when such things occur?
Oh,
To be fair, he normally pings me or Foxo.
I normally do, because so far, every Monday in the last few rows, I've been going around B&Q, and I've been going, okay, I have to measure someone sensible involved in this conversation to add some stuff in, because I can't, because I'm in the middle of B&Q, and if I start shouting down a phone in B&Q, I'm going to look even more insane than I currently am.
Are you calling me insane, Doctor?
Look, I have to say, at one point in... What was it? Which one of the buildings? It was in MKM, the Builders Merchants. I ran a poll, and it's a local one, and they know me, and we've chatted a few times, so it wasn't just random. I went, Fleet's just said this, and they all know. In fact, they all know who Fleet is, because they all know him as one of the people who went on the ship-shaped trip to Japan with me, and the fact that they all followed the trip. And they've got pictures of the various places of where I was in Japan, and from my various fingers going, yes, this is where one of our customers has gone. We see him quite regularly. It worries me on a level, but they're nice people. And the MKM are really, really cool merchants, builders merchants. I really do like them.
Not the ones with
the fact that I went, Photo, anyone in here think Fleet just said the correct thing? And none of them agreed. All of them were shaking their heads going, nope.
Today's show is brought to you by the Builders Merchant and an advertisement for Fleet of Oceans.
Oh.
It's not. No. It's not. We can't say that.
We're not sponsored. And we can't even joke about being sponsored these days in YouTube term references. You can't even joke about it.
Really?
No, yeah. They don't like. They really don't. This is not a sponsored video. I don't. Nice way. If it was a sponsored video, I'd have to tick lots of things and go through and explain things. And because I don't, joking about it could make issues.
I didn't give the name of the Builders Merchant in my quote. I just said the Builders Merchant.
YouTube aren't that forgiving. They are a full. They're a full spirit of the law as well as letter of the law personals. Don't worry, that's fine. I don't think I'm big enough. They'll be picking up with that soon. Knights of Everyone. If the British Empire had missile range instrumentation, satellite communication ships, and fleet ballistic missile cargo ships, would it be RFA or Royal Navy who controls them?
Fleet ballistic missile cargo ships? Huh?
I think they're all probably going to be RFA with naval crewing, with some naval personnel aboard, because there's nothing there which strings warship. If it was a command ship which had satellite communication capabilities, that would be warship.
Yeah.
Satellite communication ship sounds like it's an auxiliary.
It's borderline, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to have a naval party aboard, but it's going to be an RFA vessel. Okay. Channel. Do you think the decommissioning and scrapping of the Principe de Osiris was a mistake? No, it was getting old. How would you develop a new light fleet carrier offer? I really wouldn't. I would build something actually which wasn't based off a sea control ship. Sorry, all those American sailors who have just given an entire panic attack and PTSD's trauma set to. I should have said trigger warning before I said it. I do apologize. I do realize how much, I'm not going to say it again, sea control ship can cause you to break out in hives. There's a whole generation of US naval officers who served in the Pentagon who, if you say the word sea control ship to them, they will literally end up on the floor in a fetal position so quickly you won't have even finished the control of the sea control ship before they're down there. because it tormented them so much. Okay.
Are you saying that the Trump administration is likely to revive the sea control ship concept?
Look, if the Trump administration did that, I think honestly they would suddenly find them. The battleship is something which is going to be popular. Sea control ship is something which is trauma-inducing. Look, no, let's put it this way. The Spanish, if they wanted to go that way, if they wanted to have that kind of fleet, they need to be looking at talking with the Italians. They're the people who are producing the similar enough vessels that that's the route they should be sort of going down. The Italians are now working on a carrier program. That, you know, they've got their new LHD in the Trieste in. Next vessel's they're gonna work on this. They're going to be their small their carrier program, because they usually like to have a carrier and LHD or something as their two ships. So they always have something. It's like kind of like a small scale version of what the British were planning with the 3 LHDs and the 2 carriers. So you would always have something available. Guaranteed to have something available if you had that full force.
How do you modify the lifts on Trieste to take the weight of an F-35? Or can it already take the weight of an F-35?
The Trieste can already take an F-35. It's an LHD though, so it's not a carrier form, it's an LHD. And a carrier will be designed to take a far bigger air wing. The Trieste sacrifices air wing to be able to do its amphibious operations duties. You know, that's the point.
Anyway, they haven't got any F-35Bs, have they? Or we got?
No, the Italians do have the Italians do have F-35Bs.
Oh, do they? Right. Okay.
Yeah.
But somehow theirs managed to look more stylish.
They sent an entire squadron out with the Royal Navy for a while on the recent cruise.
Oh, right, okay.
They also enjoyed the food and the beer and the mess hall. There's a bit of an upset. It caused a bit of an upset with the US Marine Corps.
Let's call it what it is. It's a pub.
Yes. It's a very good mess. It's a pub, but it's a very good mess. That is basically what a mess is, a pub. One's on a ship, one's not.
If Highland had a carrier, then he could have an Irish pub.
The fact that people are now agreeing with me that I need to give out trigger warnings when I'm going to talk about the sea control ship, it just shows how bad it is. The fact is, I don't give out trigger warnings for anything on this channel, never have, but sea control ship probably I should do, because I do know the actual trauma it causes.
Well, we could have an Irish pub on board the new HMS Belfast.
No, the Brits can't do an Irish pub properly.
Also, it's on a frigate, so it's not really got as much space as it needs to have a decent have the same space as the carrier. The carrier, nicest way, the carrier, the mess deck area and bar area of the carrier could fit in a good section of my own local pub. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what is your opinion on the hypothetical battlecrew I have created? 3 Des Moines class heavy cruisers, 6 Gearing class destroyers, and 4 Worcester class light cruisers. Well, it's going to be a fun little group, but what's it doing?
It seems
what year?
If it's for amphibious operations, then you're in trouble, because there isn't much troop carrying capacity in that lot. If it's a surface action group heading off down to South America or into the Indian Ocean, that's great. What am I doing?
Minecraft Watcher, what year? Are we talking 1940s, 1950s, 1960s?
Well, considering what ships that are in it, I don't think it can be 1940s. Not until late 1940s.
Yeah, I'm assuming this is late. I know it is a bit of an assumption, but I'm assuming either late 40s or early to mid 50s, because that's when you actually would see a group like this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you
so if it bid in the 1970s, it's floating scrap metal, really.
Has said Korea. So Korea.
Yeah.
They're useful. That's good force. Yeah. It's going to be a little overkill for anything that's likely to come across in Korea, but it'll be good force. Paul Amos, do you think that
Sampan was abusive towards me? I wish to have it eliminated with many, many 8-inch shells.
Mm-hmm. It'll
And
be
they were
eliminated.
rude.
It'll be eliminated with
They
everything.
made a rude gesture towards me.
Yes.
Wait, I've just got a quick thought that's come to my head. Korea.
Everybody
Yeah.
How
run.
much a threat would an American unified Korea be to the Soviet fleet bases in places like Vladivostok?
Not a massive threat.
They've already got Japan, don't they, at this point? So, yeah.
And they've got to get through China to really get there overground. So, yeah, not a massive threat. Paul Amos.
Alex, before we go to the next question, after this question, I'm thinking of reopening questions because we've got 65. We've got 5 left.
Let's see, what's the time? Yeah, we'll reopen questions. We'll reopen questions once we get to Tea and Biscuit Gaming's question. Because I prefer doing it when we were quite close to the point than doing it and then we suddenly get held up with, because we've got some quite big meaty questions to go there.
Well, we're only going to take 15. So.
Yeah. Do you think that the RN is ever likely to get a helicopter carrier in the next 10 years, or has the role of the Royal Marine now significantly changed? I think, judging by the conversations and things I have been hearing in the last few weeks, that there has been a significant brown trouser moment over the reality of what they've done to the Royal Marines. Because there were a lot of people who were calling me to confirm things like, we don't have the capability to actually do anything, do we? Nope. What do you mean? Well, we've got a carrier, we've got the ability to provide an air cover. If we can get some of the destroyers available, we could put together a decent task group. We've got 6 frigates. If we can get 3 of them along, we're okay. So we've got 50% operation. We've just got no ability to really land enough Marines with enough equipment. But they can't helicopter off the carriers. Well, they can do, but then they're not going to get any of their heavy equipment ashore, are they? So we need the LSLs along? Well, the LSLs bring 2 LCUs each. That's not really help. We need more than that. We used to be able to turn up anywhere in the world if we really wanted to with... Well, if we had all 4 LSLs available and both LPDs and Ocean, we could turn up anywhere we wanted in the world with 16 LCUs, 16 LCVPs, 4 LCH sort of light hovercraft assault vehicles, and a whole slew of helicopters, plus a full brigade of Royal Marines, roughly 4,000 of them. We can't now.
Hope your beer stocks are doing well.
That's the way it goes. So we'll see what happens. The Royal Marines have been through many changes over the years. We'll see what they invent themselves doing. Beaumont, what frigate will be built in a low-end escort yard after Type 32? Type 33? That's going to be it.
The ongoing quest for a slightly less tedious name than the ones they've assigned them. The Type 31s.
The Inspiration class.
It's so unfeasibly un-British. I mean, unless we call the Type 32 something like the uninspired class and have things like HMS Sarcasm, HMS Dry Wit.
In nicest way, they call them the Inspiration class, and then none of them are called HMS Inspiration. They're all called various names, and you sit there and go, yeah, the one you expected for you chose for amphibious warfare, yeah, HMS Campbelltown, the ship that blew itself up.
Well, it did have an inspiring temper.
I am not disagreeing. It isn't an inspiring story, but it's also there are plenty of other ship names I would have gone for before I went for that, because I wouldn't have gone for the one which blows itself up.
But then
Would you
how
say that it
people
might have
be
had an
inspired?
explosive temper?
I wouldn't have said that.
No,
More, it did its duty for king and country.
it is duty, but its duty was to blow up.
Its literal one goal was to blow up.
Yes, he did it very well, but it's not a goal I'd like my current ships to emulate. I don't have enough of them to have one go and do that.
Also, wasn't Campbelltown a Lend-Lease Omaha?
Lend-Lease Clemson, wasn't it?
No, she wasn't Lend-Lease, she was Destroyer for Bases.
Well, yes,
Okay.
correction. Technically destroys the bases. But,
Yeah.
Yeah.
but no, I meant though. Yeah.
I'm so upset with the inspiration. It wasn't HMS Glowworm.
Hold
I
on.
think somebody's just put that in the chat.
Yeah. Right. Tea and Biscuit Gaming. If the UK government choose to take out 1 trillion of debt for the MOD, current debt figures is roughly 2.7 trillion. So 1 trillion would be increasing that by over 33%. So that's a lot for MOD. How would you and the panel spend the money on UK military and equipment? It's going to sound weird, but that's almost too much money to have in one go. Because I don't have the functional ability to spend that money profitably. So if I have it and I'm going to lose it at the end of time. So if I've got it in the account and I can spend it over the next 10 years, great. But then also there's a question of why am I taking out the debt right now when I'm going to spend it over a 10, 15 year period. I would prefer not to go into that. I wouldn't actually realistically need to go into that massive debt to fix the Ministry of Defence and these things actually at the moment. It's really not that difficult. Most of the stuff you need to spend on the MOD to sort things out is to actually need to buy more of the current programs we're doing. So most of the programs are pretty good. The one program I would probably cut, but is currently considered too big to fail, is probably Ajax. I would honestly be giving Wedgetail a good look, because whilst it is theoretically on paper it's the only option, and there are enough people who have delivered it sensibly, I think we're not getting enough, and I don't think we're getting enough on the timetable, so I'd want to go and look at it and see what the problems are. I think the problems are, from what I understand, are realistically we're not buying enough, and this has caused a lot of problems in the system, so I would, by buying more, we'd actually make it more viable. So if we upped it to 12 being procured rather than 3, you probably have a lot easier stuff going on there. And it's strange thing. It's simple things like that. One of the things I'd like to fix for the UK is I would like at least for the UK, I would like some ground-based interceptors. I would like some surface-to-air missiles to defend the UK. Because currently all we have are those fitted on the carrier, those fitted on our destroyers as an area defense missile, and we have some point defense cam systems for land-based when they're deployed, when they're actually fitted up and deployed. So I would like something more than that. I'm not sure what I would do, whether I would buy Patriot or whether I would go for the land-based version of Asta. I'd possibly go for the land-based version of Asta because of on the grounds of I would like the people building Asta to have a larger production facilities for missiles like that Asta in the UK, and if I'm doing that for both my ships and my land-based missiles, then I might get that by being able to swing it as one factory. That's the sort of thing. It's sort of work through it all and work through it sensibly, and with thoughts of logistics and actual numbers. But also, I'm going to be bumping up pay. The easiest way to boost retention, the easiest way to get people to rejoin, to grow the service and all these things is to bump up pay. Just go, right, and I'm giving a 25% pay increase across the board. Which is going to eat a lot of money.
Capita.
But,
Inflation.
Alex, Fire Capita.
Oh, that's just the nicest way. That's been in my dream socket for so long. It's just going to happen.
No, you don't fire Capita. You take Capita and you leave Capita behind down a dark alley with the armed forces there as well.
Yeah, introduce Capita to the Gurkhas.
No. Also, Gurkha recruitment would go up. And Capita Simons Capita are a very large. Let's say they are what's called a public services company, where they basically are a private company that like to take on government contracts to deliver things like, oh, you want to do recruitment? Oh, we'll run it through privately, and it'll be cheaper than you doing it yourself.
Sigh.
Okay, I'd like to take anybody who says that and, I don't know, drop them in Arrakis with a vibrator.
It's just a case of, look, the things I'd like to do is I'd like to buy tugboats. There's a whole debate going on why we haven't ordered them built in the UK, and the honesty is because none of the yards that were, when they were putting forward the tendering, none of the yards in the UK actually put forward an offer to build them. But I
just
find
ask Damon.
Well, that was the question. We did go to Damon, but in the nicest way, I think some of them are actually being built even further abroad than Damon, because Damon don't have the capacity. Because they're maxed out as well. That's the thing. These yards aren't sitting around waiting for us to do a tender and finally go, yes, we finally decided after 10 years of dilly-dallying, we want to order some tugboats. And we need them right now. You're all busy? Why?
But we're your only
If
customer.
you've got that,
Wait,
if you've got that amount of money, you build a royal dockyard.
Yes, that is one of the things I'd be doing. I would be
Right.
reactivating a robot.
Where you put it? I'd make that royal dockyard nuclear capable, just in case. Certified.
If I'm going
in
to do
case you have
that,
to take one of the subs in there.
in simple terms, then if I'm going to save money on that, I'm going to go to one of the already certified nuclear dockyard for the Royal Navy. Plymouth.
Yeah. So, Plymouth.
Yeah. That's it. A nice way. That's easy.
And
Already got all the certifications, everything in place. I'd go to Plymouth.
What's the largest ship you can build in Plymouth?
By the time I finish with the investment, as big as I frigging want.
Right. Okay. So as long as you can take the carriers, that's not a problem.
Yeah.
And just starts building Twin Island Fords.
No. Why would we do that?
And that would be a long way down my list of things to build. That would be after, because nice way the Fords require so many crew. I'd prefer to go for a scaled up Queen Elizabeth, which I might do. I might go for a Queen Elizabeth which is longer than her counterparts. A couple of them, which might also be nuclear powered, and might be Catabar. But if I do that, that's going to be because I've basically turned around to possibly my Japanese and Italian counterparts and gone, so this aircraft we're designing and working on and developing, yeah, it's pretty cool. Can we make a Catabar variant of it? I have the money to bankroll it, and you guys can buy some if you want to.
Well, you only offer it in the Catabar variant, so there is only one. It's just capable of landing on carriers.
No. If they want to build a land version, they can build a land version. All I need is the avionics.
Yeah. Oh, and the proofing against the water problem.
Yes, it needs to be saltwater certified, but we'll leave that to one side. But yeah, honestly, you don't need it to fix most of UK defence. You don't need to take on $1 trillion of debt.
No.
You could fix it all if you just did a bit of thinking it actually through properly. Honestly, you could. Honestly, me and Dirac have got a mental challenge, which we have talked about in the past. Of if we were famous enough, we would like to challenge the government of the day and going, put us in charge with a budget after we've negotiated it for a year, for 5 years, and don't ask us what we're doing. Okay? Just leave us alone for 5 years with an agreed upon budget. And leave us alone. And we'll fix it.
Can I get that with the health service?
Yeah. Basically, the scenario would be we would sit down with the senior NCOs and senior officers all around the table and go, let's sort this out. And make sure you have people from the RFA and the various logistics and all the various branches sitting in there and actually chat it through.
But we have all these consultants we need to give money to.
No, I don't need a consultant. I do not need a consultant there. I have enough memory, enough experience in there. I do not need any consultants.
But we paid
Alex
them.
is the consultant.
I don't. No. Yes, I can be the consultant if we need one, but frankly, no. We just don't. The procurement system involves too much paper before steel's cut. Way too much paper. I kid you not, there is a figure going around which I do not know the veracity of, so I cannot state whether it's true or not, about paperwork to do with the Ajax program, and apparently there's been enough documents produced that if they were printed out and all put together in one stack, they would have more paper in them than in the UK National Archives. And the UK National Archives has the British Government Archives going back hundreds of years.
Pretty sure they've got some documents dating back 1,000 years.
Yes.
Sort of thing.
You don't need to rub in that you have pieces of paper older than my entire country.
We have some pieces of paper that are older than your entire country, like 5 times over.
Yes, they could lap your country a few times over.
Alex,
Chad, they're bullying me.
Of course we are.
Then get
You're
over
our younger junior sister.
I'd love
he chased
to,
the band of
but I've
police.
only worked
Anyway.
90 hours over the last 3 weeks.
Okay, 96831. If the British Empire did not decline into, would the British equivalent to the USN missile range, instrument ships, SATCOM ships, and fleet vessel ships, cargo ships be expected? Potentially, or potentially the British would go a different route about it. It depends what the British are doing with their development of these things and whether they're going to have those SATCOM ships or whether they're going to have command ships. The British are more inclined usually to cruisers than the Americans are. Thomas,
Just to remind
Thomas,
the chat, we're only taking 15 questions.
Okay, yeah. But Thomas, before we even talk about missiles or not on Ajax, they can't even get the hulls to line up properly. No 2 hulls that have come have had the same shape and dimensions. Even when they're supposed to be the same type. And they're not even matching up the components supposed to be added onto them because they're so disjointed in shaping. Okay? They can't even get the quality control standardization of the hulls being the same. So before we even start talking about missiles is a long way down the road of things they're going to worry about. First I want the hulls to actually work. Before we talk about any of the weapons, or electronics, or even engines, I want the hull, the lump of steel which everything is supposed to work within, to actually work. Okay? I know this might seem rather insane, but let's start off with fixing the foundation before we move on to the fancy stuff.
Wait, you want the vehicle to actually...
I want the vehicle to have more actual, and I do mean understand what I'm saying, to have more structural integrity and standardization than a Morris Marina, okay?
But they're lovingly handcrafted, bespoke.
I don't want
artisan.
handcrafted, bespoke, or artisan. I want a vehicle which is mass-produced by the 100, which is interchangeable and able to be maintained in the field.
That just sounds like you're asking for too much, Doc. I mean...
No,
Germans
you did.
Thomas, it's not even sabotage. It's not even sabotage. It's because no one's getting the jigs correct. It's not sabotage. It's failure to actually do quality control. It's
So you're saying my project
self-sabotage,
manager is
not
running this project?
sabotage. Yes, they are made in Spain, your bit. They are. The holes are made in Spain.
I mean, what you're describing there is what the Americans did with the Sherman tank, because the chieftain's already explained it in one of his videos. It was a case of the Americans were delivering a vehicle that they could send over the seas, and it was never going to go back to the factory to have any repairs.
Yeah.
They had to make it repairable in the field.
Yes. Because they come to the UK and they have to be almost practically rebuilt and made to work. And they have just fired the head of the team, the civil service head of the team, I think. And realistically, I don't think that's going far enough, because there has been so much copium and what I would call hopism in that program of, it will achieve this. It's not now, but it will achieve this. And it still hasn't. But it will in a few more months. In a few months, you almost need to go through and fire several generations of people for being, you're too wildly optimistic. You should not have you need someone involved in the process to be a cynical, absolute cynical sod. You need someone involved in the process on all these procurements to be someone who goes, really? So it's failed to achieve its last 3 goalposts, but you tell me it's going to magically work by the next one. Really?
Well, yeah, why don't you believe me?
History is kind of a good guide on this count. Either the goalposts are wrong, or the procurement is wrong, or something is going wrong. I'm going to come down and look. And if I see something going wrong, I'm going to cancel this project.
Note for chat, there are 2 more question spaces.
Matthew Keeling, this is
Dan.
why you don't privatize primary contracting control. It always results in quality control issues. Yeah. Lions. Anyway, how do you ships from the Duchy of Terror series compare to other science fiction such as Galileo class super? Let's say that for the science fiction one we've got coming up when we're going to have Glenn, okay? So I'm going to put a smile there, Lions, and I'm going to say bring that back when we have the sci-fi one with Glenn on here, because that's far better for that one.
In the nicest way to Glenn, he needs to either write crappier books or write them faster.
You can say that to Glenn. Actually, no. Say that to to Glenn's partner.
Jack?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to say that to Glenn because I don't think
Glenn
and I know each other well enough for him to understand I'm being sarcastic-ish.
Oh, Glenn will...
He's British enough, he'll know.
Yeah, he'll know. But it also, he won't really affect him. Whereas if you tell it to Jack will hear that as a way to make more money for their house currently, which is going through work.
Because the problem is, he released the most recent book in Starship's Mage. I have read the most recent book in Starship's Mage. There is not another most recent book in Starship Mage.
Alex, can you change the banner, please?
Already done,
yes,
Steve.
I am too skilled.
Thank you. I couldn't get my. I'd hit the button to basically close the banner, and then I couldn't basically say, Alex, could you change the banner, please? Because everybody else was in.
Don't worry, Steve.
Well, we'll work on that.
We'll work on it so it's all button control for me.
I know.
I'm off tomorrow now.
For the reason why,
Runon.
This is the reason why at the beginning we put the messages in that we were trying to get things to work properly and we couldn't manage it.
For Runon, for 4 days out of 7 last week, I had no internet access because of people doing things on the road. So
all the weather.
This was the fun I was having last week. But now you're off tomorrow, so I might message you tomorrow. We might get this all sorted out and working. Penguin Cannon. Why is Conway so harsh on the Queen Elizabeth compared to everyone else? I think very few would say the armor protection was not really adequate for 15-inch gun ships. Were Queen Elizabeth really that weak? I don't want to critique Conway on this because Conway has no right to reply here, so that seems a bit rude. But I would say, look, it depends. If you are comparing it to a dreadnought battleship, as in what it should have been, what it would have been a period of 21-knot ships, 2-knot ships, yeah, that's a case to make. You could make it should have had thicker armor. But seeing as it was Britain stepping down the road towards fast battleships, and they were, if they had gone the small tube boilers, as we said, would have been 28-knot fast battleships, there wouldn't be as much critiquing of them because their armor would be perfectly fine for a fast battleship. But realistically, they are also stepping along towards the all or nothing, and they are the Queen Elizabeth class. You have to realize they are a bit of a transition ship, and they are a bit of a ship caught on that spectrum, and they're not quite in the fast battle. They're not in the fast battleship spectrum, but they're also not quite in the regular battleship part of the spectrum. As I said before, it goes battleship, fast battleship, battle cruiser, one word, battle cruiser, two word. So there's your spectrum, and they are edging towards fast battleship. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, which ship hull would you recommend for a 1935 built battleship from the list below? It's going to be have 16.5-inch guns and secondary batteries depend on the hull, and the main combat zone is Pacific Mediterranean, with secondary gun zone for the Atlantic. US North Carolina, HMS Lion, F3, G3, or US Montana. If my main combat zone is going to be Pacific Mediterranean, I'm probably going to go for the Lion, because it's good enough to do the Pacific whilst being fine in the Mediterranean, whereas the rest are mostly better in the Pacific than they are in the Mediterranean by a significant margin. F3 could also be good, but Lion's going to be better than that. North Carolina's probably the next after the Lion designs in terms of that, because of Pacific Mediterranean is balancing that, and a secondary zone is the Atlantic. So yeah, I'd go for Lion. Because the Mediterranean is the weirder space, and the Lions have the denser armor compared to the others, so they're able to take the damage they're going to receive from aircraft, etc., better in the Mediterranean.
But isn't the G3 considerably bigger?
The G3s are battle cruisers.
If you change that to N3 rather than G3, does that change your decision?
Not really, because the others are faster.
Yeah,
Okay.
and they're also about 20 years more advanced hull-wise.
Yes. Basically, F3 and G3 are to an extent out because they are so much older compared to the rest.
Okay.
Knight Cigar, what ship type would be the right one to be the successors to the Fonbori class coastal defense ships? Now, they were replaced in 1951. Honestly, at their weight and displacement, and considering what they were armed with, you probably want in 1951. If I'm doing it, I'm probably going to look for a decent sort of some vessel of around about 6,000 to 7,000 tons. And a couple of them, but I probably like cruiser style ship is sort of what I'm going, but I'm probably going to build a coastal defense ship of about that size, and it's going to be interesting who I'm going to get to build it, because that's going to affect weapons fit, who I get to build it. Take care, Leslie. See you well.
Everyone.
And when you go for Sweden,
Possibly would end up going for Sweden because they're going to build me the best ship for that in that category from what I need, and then it's going to be a mixture of guns and missiles and basically everything I can get out of both as catalogue. Stafford, the 4 Iroquois class DDHs are kept and given life extension program in the early 2000s. Oh, good God, those poor ships. Would they be turned into DDGs, and how helpful they've been to today prior to the Rivers commissioning? They would be quite useful to have, as they'd be extra hulls. They could be considered DDGs, but they're not going to carry that many missiles. And they're going to be useful as extra hulls, basically, to give the Canadian Navy more ability to multitask. Basically, you'd probably have them backing up the patrol ships up north, and those sort of things. Because the Iroquois were slightly better for that role, I would argue, than the Halifaxes. In that, especially by that point, they're more sacrificial. Okay. This one's a fun one for the panel. I think I've done a video about this. Old history. If the British Empire took over the Kingdom of Hawaii, remained within the UK, how would it impact the UK military in 2020? Also, how different would the relationship with the USA be? That could be interesting.
That's our American correspondent. What the reaction of the USA would be.
No, the thing is, it would be so different. If it's still to this day part of the UK, then there has been history upon history upon history built up on there. So, who knows? Does it have a full base facility there? Do the Americans have their base somewhere else? Did they develop a base further across in the Pacific? Did they specialize it in Guam or play it somewhere like that? You know, how did this change history? So this is the trouble, is if you've got the British take over the Kingdom of Hawaii and are still there, we are talking a century and a half, nearly 2 centuries of British control. You've changed the history dramatically.
Well, it's a small independent country now because we would have decolonized it.
Well, it depends. It says remained within the UK, so it's become British overseas territory? Is it like the Falkland Islands?
That's what I assume.
That, you know.
Okay.
But it is almost possibly independently governed. Gone, sorry,
Am I transmitting? Hello?
Yes.
Yep. Go on.
Yes, we can hear you.
I think what's going to be more interesting is what's going to happen with Subic Bay.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you much in the way of predictable UK, Anglo-American relation changes. But I mean, basically, your 2 big Pacific Fleet bases that fly U.S. flags are Pearl, or historically at least Pearl, and the Philippines. And if you don't have Pearl, do we keep the Philippines in some capacity? Do we do something like Guantanamo, where it's U.S. territory, but inside a foreign nation, but it's technically U.S. soil? Because I don't think the U.S. is going to yield having a base not on the West Coast in the Pacific. I don't think that'll change.
No. They don't. They want to stop people before they get to America.
Yeah.
As said, it's a case of
Option would be a base in somewhere like Dutch Harbor and in Alaska.
Well, that's not really much. That's not really the right place for them to help. I am.
Pizza time.
I would say Guam is probably a good choice, or maybe Midway or Wake. They'll go for, but they've got to. Some of these are very small places. Wake is very, very tiny. But there again, if you put money, you can develop them.
The Philippines has so many islands. Would the Americans not just say the Philippines will consist of those, and we will take one of those? We keep this one.
Well, they still have Guam to this day, don't they? Guam is still an American territory, isn't it?
Yeah,
So
but
no.
that's nowhere near. That's not part of the. That was never part of the Philippines.
Well, no. What I mean is, as the other base they develop, instead of the Philippines, instead of just relying on the Philippines, I think Guam could be it. I
mean, it'd be in a better situation taking one whole island than what they've got with Guantanamo.
Yeah. Well, you know, the thing is, with Guam, with the Mariana Islands, they could put themselves in that position, and then they've got all sorts of little things to play around with and places to base from. But it would be interesting to see how they'd approach it.
It'd be interesting with the playing around with the Chinese now on the South China Sea if the Americans have got a base of one of the islands of the Philippines.
I don't think they would, because Philippines they lose because frankly they don't want to keep dealing with the guerrilla operations. In most way, it's killing them off and driving them out, and they get fed up with it. That's one of the reasons why they were pulling back to Pearl. So I think again, Guam as a territory which they'd taken off and they kept rather than Philippines, which was happy to go independent. They were sort of happy to let go independent. It's most likely Guam or Samoa, but probably Guam. Guam's got slightly better facilities.
Yeah.
The Philippines was a nightmare for the Americans when they left. There's a reason why American-Philippine relations are so interesting to this day. Anyone want to answer this one? Side OT, but have you read On Killing by Dave Grossman?
No.
Never heard of it, I'm afraid.
Nope. Never heard of it.
It's one of those books which was written. There's been a whole series of them. I'm not sure which one is in the point of, but it was in the. It's about psychology of being trained to fight wars and the effect it has on people. And one of the troubles for people like me reading it, as a bit of a military historian, it was basically a case of. Yes, you don't say. It was if I remember correctly, in that particular one, it was a useful one for giving to people who haven't studied military history. For people who have studied military history, it was kind of obvious, and it was one of the fun things was a student was sort of going, had I read it when I was talking, this was years ago, about the Falklands War scenario, in the fact that the people who came back on ship, as a whole, this is as a number statistically, did better with their trauma, etc., than the people who flew back, because they got time to decompress and talk it over with their mates on ship and discuss what happened and to work through some things. Not everyone did take that advantage of that opportunity, but a lot did. And they suffered less trauma because of it. And that formed the basis for a lot of what we've done since, in terms of how we try and treat people in the UK who are going to, and of course there's a whole reason why instead of flying people directly home, we used to fly them to Cyprus for a bit. And we'd have them decompress there. Still in a space which we could control. But yeah, there's this book, a fair number of books out there which basically say stuff which, if you've read military history and actually read it properly, instead of just looking for the rah, we won this battle, we did this, you soon work out that the people going through it are going to be suffering from quite a lot of trauma, because they're going to see things which you really don't want to see. Mark Harkness, you are placed in a world where the local powers are building tareems. You have a translator and a book of plans. Can you use local talent to build a clipper ship?
I saw this question coming up, and I basically went and looked up. There's a Wikipedia page called Wikipedia, which just says trireme. And I looked how they built the trireme, and it's very different to how we would build a modern ship. Because it's built like with mortise tenon joints and pegs.
Couldn't necessarily build a clipper, could potentially build anything up to sort of HMS Victory type ship of the line. Just need to teach them about Carvel building as opposed. That's the big change. And the framing.
You're not going to get it in one generation.
No.
However, if I've got 30 years, I could evolve them over that time. That might sound strange, but first thing is going to change the kind of joints they're using for their hulls. Then it's going to be changing the hull form. And then it's going to be building up bigger. And it's also going to require me to build the infrastructure to support or sustain those sort of things.
As I know the Greeks, they used to when they used to land their ships, they effectively used to almost dismantle them over the winter. They would bring them on shore and dismantle them.
Steve?
Yeah?
Can I finish my point?
Oh, sorry, I thought you had finished. Sorry.
So when you're building up and building them through, Steve's quite right that some of the Greeks did actually dismantle them when they brought them ashore. Some of them stored them in facilities rather like the Carthaginians had and the Romans had ashore. Some of them stored them would store a fleet actually built. Some of those facilities were wooden. They often had dry docks and things as well for them as well. They do all sorts of fun things with them. Depends on what your literal facility is like. The main problem is going to be to transition them. It's not going to be the wooden skills. It's going to be the iron working and the iron joints and making the things which are going to be needed to be made from iron to get the clipper hull as fine as it is. That's going to take some work. You've got some fairly good iron working going on in that sort of period. And there was already iron working to do with triremes and bronze working, especially to do with them making the massive rams. So there's already some significant metallurgical studies and work going on for you to work from. You've got some factorized processes to work from and some production line facilities to develop. So you've got the grounds there, but it's not going to be quick. It's going to take a lot of time. Okay? Alright, anyone else?
Basically,
It
would have to be your life's work. You could do it, just be your life's work.
It would be.
In return, you would change
the
way warfare is fought in the Mediterranean. Or just transit in the Mediterranean in general.
I was going to say, in many ways, the way they actually constructed it, it's very similar to the very old sewn plank, where you basically do effectively sew the planks together. There's an example of that in the Hortsfjord boat, which is in Denmark, in terms of how they've constructed it, because effectively you've got holes and pegs, and you're basically putting pegs through in the same way as you would sew a boat together. It is a very, very, very different method of construction to what they did in the later Roman period.
Because I'm more thinking of you've massively moved forward the transition from oars as the primary path of propulsion to dedicated for rigging. And clippers don't exactly have primitive rigging already. Especially if it's like a G-masted clipper. Like the bigger ones. Because, like, you've got 3 masts.
You could dramatically improvement by changing the rig that they're
Yeah.
using already.
Well, first of all, you're going to have to completely reinvent their block and tackle system before they can have it. So the rig's going to take a while to work through. That's going to take as long as the hull and other things, because the systems that they used are very different. They're not lesser. They are, when I should say, they're very much earlier versions. You're skipping them on about 20 generations of history.
What, to get away from that square rig?
Yes.
Okay.
Because you think about... Here's the interesting thing. Think about how many people they used to control the rig on a clipper versus how many people they used to control a single sail on a trireme.
Yeah, but even just taking the trireme and basically amending the rig.
Well, here's the thing, is first of all, you've got to have a sail which is big enough to justify amending the rig. So that means you're going to have a bigger mast, which is going to have multiple layers of sails. Yeah. That means you're going to have to adjust the hull and the keel to support such a sail and mast system. Which means you're going to have to justify... It's basically everything has to be built up. And you're going to have to start off by... You're also going to start off by changing the framing construction, because a lot of what they do at this point is they build the frame and then they build a hull around it. Or they build a keel and then they build a frame off it and then they build the hull around it. There's all sorts of ways for construction. But some of it does differs from place to place. This is why sometimes you get into massive arguments, people going, they build it this way, and others go, no, they build it this way, and you go, well, no, we record it as being built this way in the Eastern Mediterranean, and this way is being built in the Western Mediterranean. And the reason for the differential seems to be, broadly speaking, to do with the fact the way they were coping with the tides and the place they're positioned. Because if you think about it, if you're constructing in a certain scenario, you can imagine you build the hull first. If you're worried about, if you've got flat areas where you get flooded but the water's not going to take you anywhere, you might want to build the hull first, because then the hull will float up and down and you can finish it off. It's not going to get taken away. Whereas if you're dealing with an area where you're not going to get sort of tidal issues like that or flooding like that, but you're dealing with an area which is going to have high winds and things which might bash it while it's under construction, well, then you've got to figure out different methodologies. And you've got to remember, ships are the most fragile when they're under construction. They are. Right.
Oh, just quickly, I have to go.
Okay,
Lovely
take it
catching up. I'm actually going to try and get to bed at not a stupid o'clock.
All right, good luck.
Catch you later.
Yeah, thanks, Dan.
Take care, Dan.
And Dan was up for another 16 hours.
Don't joke. Right then.
Listen, you seem to attract a lot of unwilling insomniacs.
Yeah.
We've got about 10 questions to go, so.
Okay. Castanea, thoughts on the USN reclassifying Legend class as destroyer escort? Does this help with getting the ships built on budget? No.
No.
It doesn't. It really doesn't. Oh, no, wait. That's going to mean is they're going to start being seen as a destroyer, comparing them to the Arleigh Burke. And that's going to cut them held to the destroyer standards, and that was part of the trouble with the Constellations. They're being held to destroyer standards. I
just can't enter frigate, can it?
Yeah. So the question is, how successful would a modernized Bofors TAC 120 be if introduced in 2010? I'm not sure it's a useful gun. It's a 120mm, so it's a useful gun, but it's a case of who's going to buy it? It's got a lot of competition. There isn't many ships being produced in 2010. Today, it might actually be more success. In 2010, possibly less success. Because I'm not sure who would be buying it. Originally, there aren't that many built in the first place. You know, it gets the Finnish Navy get it for their gunboat and for the Poema, and the Indonesian Navy get it for their corvettes. But you know, there aren't that many who buy it then. The trouble is, again, it's at that point, Bofors had lost ground in that market.
Yeah, I think now if a armed service bought it in 2010 and they spooled up all the support gear for it to today and were in some situation where they were using it, then they would probably be seen as this very forward-looking force and be touting how smart their procurement is. But in 2010, you don't really have the threat profile that a 40mm system would feast upon.
It's a 120mm.
Wow.
It's a TAC 120. It's both as TAC 120 is a 120mm.
It was basically their answer to Otto Malera, wasn't it? The Otto Malera 5.
Yeah. And the Otto 1. Jeremy Pandler, if the radar on Alderney worked on D-Day, would this have made D-Day much harder for the Allies as the Germans would have detected a power drop much earlier? Yeah. Certainly wouldn't have made it easier. Stafford, what would the Royal Navy Royal Canadian version of the Tycho be? An upgraded Type 82 design, basically. Because the Royal Canadian Navy didn't have anything of parlance, and the closest thing the British had were the 82s, which were heading along that line to being a destroyer leader, which could be rated classified as a cruiser. Ibjak, I've heard the Germans are now procuring the MECO 200s at F-126. They are not procuring instead of, they are saying they're procuring it as well as, or as a backup to, or there is enough different debates going on about it that we'll see what actually happens. We'll see what happens. It'll be fun. It's the German procurement process. But
all we know,
the MECOs are good off the shelf vessels, but they're not usually world trendsetters. But they are good off the shelf vessels. Karen on. Bruno? Gone silent. Okay.
They might have communications issues in the car.
Okay, Stafford. A full squadron of maintained St. Laurent class DDHs are found hidden in the cove of the Great Lakes. Would be a decent standing for a frigate modern times as the Halifax class are retired? Not really. No. No. They're lovely ships, but no. The St. Laurent class, God love them, but they are the fruit of 1950s Canadian thinking. And as cute as those 2,000 to 3,000 ton vessels, 3,000 tons in there, deep load as a DDH, no, they're not. No. Honestly, if you want to buy a frigate, if you want to buy a frigate to back up the Type 26s, there are MECOs, there are Type 31s, there are lots of light frigates around. There are really good designs you can buy off the shelf. Decide what you want to do with it and go with it. But that would be the Canadians would have to make a decision. They possibly would have to buy abroad, which they don't like to do at the moment. And it's going to divert effort off the destroyers, which are the Type 26s, which is going to make it problematic for them. because their whole point is to try and buy 15 of one class so they can actually generate enough force. Because if you have 15 vessels from multiple classes, that's going to actually make it more difficult for you to generate numbers than 15 of one class. So how much displacement would a 90-foot hull extension consider the Invincibles add? Well, there are options for that one, but probably not a lot. You see that 90-foot could be a load of steel in there, or in the Invincible class, it could be something slightly more. They were looking at adding extra power, they were looking at adding extra facilities. So a 90-foot extension, though, is still only adding on, I think, it's something about 3,000 tons, so it takes up to 25,000, 26,000 tons. So it's not a massive increase. But it does add a lot of capability onto them because it's 90 foot in the center of the ship. Yeah, there's a lot of discussion going on about people using slaves on ships. You didn't use slaves on... you tried... Let's put it this way. The Romans especially, occasionally you might find merchant ships with slaves rowing them, but that's rare because it's very risky for you, especially in a warship. So triremes wouldn't have slaves aboard because they are your engines. So if you don't feed them properly, they tend to not work. So you have to feed them. They exercise all the time. They're well built. And if they're slaves, when your enemy boards your ship, suddenly your soldiers are fighting two directions. Both the people who are well fed and well exercised, who are jumping up and trying to whack them from their own ship, and the people boarding. Because the people boarding, all they have to do is drop down some hammers and things for them to be able to break their chains. And suddenly they have allies aboard your ship. It's not a good idea. Yeah, slaves are not a good thing for good as your engine. Also, if you consider most triremes, what they would do, and most of these ships, what they do is they'd spend the day sailing out at sea, and then they'd go into land at night. They'd land, the crew would get off, they'd feed themselves, they'd rest out the area, spread out. So suddenly you have to guard a whole load of slaves going ashore every night. Or you leave them on your ship without guards aboard while everyone else is off. That's a recipe for a problem, isn't it? This is just not a sensible scenario. This is why the Romans tended to free slaves to become that, and they were auxiliary. The rowers were auxiliary. They were sort of like the auxiliaries ashore of the army. The rowers were auxiliary.
I think the Persians may have used a lot of slaves to basically power their ships.
That's certainly what the Greeks claim, but the reality seems to be different from what the Persians also suggest.
Yeah.
So there's a fair amount of Greek propaganda going on.
But as I understand it, a lot of slaves and ships comes a lot more from the 9th to 12th century than the 2nd century.
Yeah.
Because we know a lot of Arab and Islamic traders in the Indian Ocean and down south towards what would become the Sultanate of Kilwa did practice with rowing slaves.
Yeah. It's far more of a later thing than a classic era thing.
Yeah.
It's when when the people aboard ships who are the soldiers have guns and things that they can, let's put it this way, have far more ability to secure themselves. And especially once you start to have ranged weapons involved in the fight, and therefore your likelihood for boarding and closing and certain angles is reduced, and it's changes. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what is the panel's favourite fifth rate from the Age of Sail?
Fifth rate still has 2 decks, right?
Nope.
No. My favourite fifth rate is currently sat in Hartlepool.
Oh?
Okay. Anyone else's?
Not. Age of Sail isn't really my era, so unfortunately, I don't really have one.
I'd say HMS Modesty is one of my favourites because she's one of the ones captured off the French in 1793. She does well for the Royal Navy. She's a Majesteen class, and I just like a ship being called HMS Modesty. I just love the fact of a Royal Navy sailors going around on, "Oh no, I'm of the modest."
Constitution.
Timu, what's the panel's sweet tooth pleaser? Oh, you all know mine is Iron Brew. Everyone else?
Sweet pleaser.
Nutella and a box of saltine crackers.
Either Dr. Pepper or Sainsbury's Special Triple Chocolate Trifle. Because, unlike today where I've eaten half a chicken when I went away for a bit, yeah, I can just demolish an entire trifle that's designed to feed like 7 people.
Fun fact, when me and Fox were first getting together, it was one of the only ways I could actually get her to eat. Was, well, yeah, you should just go and get a trifle. And she would.
Mm-hmm.
Don't
And she would
think
eat a
about
trifle.
it, it's not a trifling matter, Dragon. Stop bringing it up.
Mine's easy because I had some earlier while we were on the chat. I love you get it from Aldi in the UK. Mosa Rotha, 85% dark chocolate because it has very little sugar in it.
That right. Calling that chocolate is an offence to chocolate.
No, it is chocolate.
If you called it just basically pure cocoa, that's fair. But
It's
calling it
almost
chocolate.
It's got more in common with a bar of solidified dirt than it does chocolate.
It's lovely, but I like bitter things. You see, so Marmite, you see, is one of my favourite things, and a lot of people will go. But there you go.
I didn't know you were Australian.
Honestly, it usually depends what I've got near me.
I don't have Vegemite. Trust me.
Because the only people I've ever found who like Marmite are Australian.
In the nicest way, Steve, you're from the government. How could I trust you?
I don't trust the government. I don't trust the alternative. It's not that I'm paranoid. It's just that's the way it is. If you can name the song, put it in the chat.
And Steve will give you 1 digital cookie.
Okay. With that being said,
It's worth nothing and you can't eat it.
With that being said, I think that's all finished for this evening. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here. Hope you enjoyed. I think we're going to end it now at midnight because I have builders turning up and I have to have arguments with them tomorrow morning because they've forgotten to plumb in things properly. Yeah.
Frank Banwell wants a short on HMS Modesty because there in the chat it says, "Tell me more."
Thank you, Steve. Thank you. Right, thank you very much, everyone, for that. Hope you all enjoyed. Thank you for being here. And I completely forgot what I was going to finish off by saying now, but thank you very much, everyone. Take care. Have a nice evening. Take care.
Impossible. I'm not working tomorrow.